Forgot to adjust that. I need to point it more that way. Let's go back to here. Hello and welcome back to Hangar 51. Look who's in the room tonight. Gooniac, first in the room. What's up, Ray? Rich, good to see you. Jeff's Custom. Reckham Roy. Who else we got in the room? Eric Quinn, good to see you, buddy. Lucky Strike? What? Oh. Oh, that's a good one. Well, that didn't really help much. I tried re-angling the camera here, but it's still too far. Oh, well, we'll go with it. It's fine. So, how's everybody doing tonight? What's new and exciting in the world of RC? Anybody got anything cool they want to share? Let's see what I got here. Damn, this thing's always a pain. Can't ever get my stream to go all the way to the end for some reason. Well, see, now it's buffering. Come on, computer. Alright, today would be nice. Okay, I guess that'll do it. Alright, so who else is going on here? Grayson RC, good to see you. Sage Creek, alright, good to be here. Jeff's Custom still here. Who else? Jermaine, what's up? Jeff in Lower Alabama. Jody, buddy, what's up? So, MiG 29 grand for Flght. Yeah, that would be cool. TNRC, good to see you. Dennis Farley, what's up? JCB67. Hal, good to see you. Rightsa. Good to see you guys. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, Dave. F you too. Oh, buddy. So anyway, the bastards. Yeah. I'm a bastard. What did I do? You bastard? So, I don't know, guys. I had a few things to talk about tonight, and I just thought I'd throw this on the table for fun, because I got it out to fly it again, and I'm just catching up on the chat here, see what's going on. So anyway, so first thing is this thing. The first maiden flight and second flight I did months ago, and I wasn't overly impressed. Partially my fault. I put too big a battery in it. I put a 4500 in it, and it flew it okay, but it was heavy, and that's been the general consensus. Even Um, Chris Wolf, RC Geek, he says it flies heavy, and he's right. It does. I think if Dan at Arrows would put a maybe a 30% bigger wing. If he just made a set of wings for this that would just snap right on, that were about 30% bigger. I know that'll take it out of scale, but you know, sometimes you have to do that to make a better airplane. I think this thing would fly a lot better and maybe longer, because I'm only getting 3 minutes of flight time, 3.5 tops, and everybody else is too. I watched Ryan's, I watched Chris's, I watched RC Informer, and everybody's getting 3.5 minutes on a 4,000 pack, which the smart packs tend to run a little lighter. So maybe if you're flying 4,000 smart packs, maybe it would fly better. I bought some 3300s, which made it fly lighter, and it got the weight off the nose wheel. So the nose wheel, even with the pack is sitting in there right now, not where I fly it. I fly it all the way to the back of the compartment, but just for on the table tonight, it's all the way forward, and it's still extending the nose wheel all the way up. So, so with the 3300 in here all the way to the back, and then I cut. The only mod I made was I opened the wheel wells up a little bit to make sure the wheels weren't catching on the plastic. So I just took a Dremel tool and kind of smoothed out the plastic cladding. We'll call it cladding around the wheels to make sure they were clear, because they got caught a couple times. And then I cut about three loops of the spring, the main spring, so the back of the plane would sit down a little bit, and that dropped the back of the plane a good 1/4 of an inch, and maybe 3/8, which got the angle of attack now with the battery, a 3300 in it all the way back, so that the nose gear stays extended for the most part. Going down the grass, you know, the nose wheel is bouncing a little bit, you know, as it's hitting the stuff, but I'm not having trouble on takeoff now. It takes off fine. It flies fine. I'm not having any issues with it that way, but it could definitely use a gyro, I think. It's a little too in wind. On a windy day, it's really it's not a fight. I mean, it's flying. It's not a fight to keep it in the air, but it's constantly wagging around. You know, it just doesn't cut through the air smoothly. It's constantly kind of wallowing through the wind. You know, it's blowing it around quite a bit. So, for that reason, I think this plane would benefit from a gyro. That's just my opinion. It doesn't need one to fly. It flies okay, but you know, visually and you know, your comfort zone wise, this plane's one that I would suggest probably running a gyro in it. Not my kind of plane, honestly. I love it. It's beautiful, but it's just a 3.5 minute flight is just not my kind of plane. So I don't think I'm going to keep it. I think this one's going to go away. I had one little mishap with the nose on the maiden flight with the 4500 pack in it. You know, I brought it in beautiful and I flared it out and it landed great, but when the nose came down because of all that weight with the 4500 in it, it went all the way down. Greg, what's up? Or Craig. Sorry about that. Dwayne, what's up? Good to see you, man. It smushed the front gear down so hard that I had the pitot tube on it, and the pitot hit the grass, which snapped it off. And it snapped the plastic nose off, you know, the little plastic nose piece off the foam. So I glued that back together, and I've got it all dialed up. I got to paint it still. You can see just a little bit of right there on the nose behind the plastic is a little bit of putty. But it's perfectly smooth and everything. I just got to paint it. And that's the only damage. Nothing else got hurt at all. It didn't even stop the plane. I mean, it just you know, the nose cone came off and the plane kept rolling, and you know, it was fine. And I flew it now with the nose cone the way it is now, and it's fine. Can't put the pitot tube back on it because the threads are broke off in it. So, but it looks fine. So I'm okay with it. And I'll back it up a little bit so you can see the full nose. That should be good. So anyway, so that's my feelings on this plane. It's cool looking. I love the lights. It flies okay. It just doesn't fly long enough. Now, I think if we could put 30% bigger wings on it so it would float more and you could fly it with less throttle, you might be able to get 5 or 6 minutes out of it. So that's my thought. I'm thinking, you know, if they made bigger wings for it, it might actually be a really good jet. But for me, it's not my favorite jet by a long shot. You know, which I'm a little disappointed, I'll be honest, because I really like it. The quality of the thing is beautiful. You know, it's beautifully made. The color scheme, the paint work is beautiful. It's well constructed. I have really no complaints about how the plane looks or flies. How it looks or how it was made. Very nice, super nice, but not a big fan of how it flies. Duct tape the Turbo X wing onto it. The Timber X. Yeah, that would work. That's a great idea, Dwayne. let's put the Timber wing on it and see how it does with that. Yeah, it definitely looks better with the nose on it. I was flying it with just the plastic tip was broke off, so the rest of the nose was there, and it looked, honestly, in the air you couldn't even tell that it was really missing. wasn't noticeable. So, but anyway, so that's my feelings on this thing. It's a shame I can't give it a better review than I am, because I really like it. It's just a pretty airplane, but not impressed with the way it flies. So I'm saying it flies like a fighter jet? No, not. It's hard to explain. It's just, it flies heavy. You know, it just feels heavy, even with the 3300 in it. It just feels too heavy. It doesn't feel like it's like the F-22, because the wing on that is massive. So when that thing's flying, it's just kind of floating around. I mean, it's so stable without a gyro. It's so, I mean, you could throttle that thing back to an idle and it just keeps gliding. It doesn't, you know, it just wants to stay in the air. You know, the wing loading on it's just, because of the massive wing, just does a good job. And this one seems like, you know, you got to keep adding throttle all the time to keep, you know, to keep it in the air. It just feels like it's going to stop flying at any minute. It lands good. It's a good lander. No problem landing it. You know, it flares out nice. You know, put the flaps down and it comes in real nice. Great lander. I didn't mind, you know, that part of it was good. You know, it flies good. It just, like I said, just kind of flies a little heavy. So which one are you talking about, Air Marshal? You're one of these? You fixed it? You got some free wing servos for it? Oh, that's right. We were talking about using a longer Y connector. Yeah, like this baby. This thing, this ought to be long enough. I don't remember. I think this came out of the T-33, but that thing's huge. You know, that's got to be 18 inches, I'd say. Close to, anyway. So, yeah. So anyway, that's my feeling. That's why it's on the table. You know, it's in perfect condition other than the nose, which I'm going to just doll up with the paint, and it'll be fine. You know, it's okay. Not my favorite jet. I'm probably going to sell it. I don't think I'm going to keep it. It's not something I'm going to fly regularly, so I did paint. The only modifications I made to it was I cut the springs. I trimmed out the cladding around the wheel wells a little bit just to make better clearance, and I painted the exhaust nozzles gray because you guys all know that the black ones in the sun melt. So they're painted gray. I was gonna doll them up, make them look, you know, heated. You know, I was gonna go the trouble of airbrushing them to make them look blued and maybe a little rusty, heated. You know, like they've been heat cycled several times, just to make them look cooler, and yet not melt in the sun. But I got it to the gray, and I've decided I just don't want to put any more time into this plane. So yeah, I'm probably not gonna do any more to it. I don't know. I'm not gonna make any big decisions. I think I'm gonna call Dan though and see if he'd be interested in making some bigger wings for it. I don't know if that's something on his scope or not, but I'm going to suggest it, see what he says. I think it'd make it a better flyer with some bigger wings on it. And honestly, you and I wouldn't know the difference. If all they did was bring the leading edge, it could go on the exact same spot, but just don't taper quite as much. You know, a little shallower taper and a longer wing. I don't think anybody'd really even notice it's out of scale that much, but it might make a huge difference on how it flies. So that's just my thoughts on it. You know, I'm if nothing else, I'm going to hang it up for a display piece because it's cool looking. So if I decide to keep it, I'm going to hang it up. It'll definitely be hanging as a display piece because it's pretty. I really love the paint scheme on it. So anyway, that's my thoughts on this one. Well, you know, that's a good point, Dave, but if your sales are lacking in this plane because, you know, nobody's giving it a raving review. You know, everybody says it's, you know, okay, but flies heavy, and you know. So yeah, would it be worth it to make new molds for the wings? Good question. I don't know. That's not in my wheelhouse to decide. He knows what he's got invested in it. He knows what his sales numbers are. He knows whether or not it would be a good idea to make, you know, look at the timber at Horizon. You know, they've made 3 profiles of that plane now. The standard timber, the turbo timber, and the Timber X. 3 different versions of the same exact airplane. You know, so yeah, they made 3 different molds. You know, was it worth it? I don't know. They thought so. You know, I mean, they're all interchangeable. You can put the Timber X wings on either the turbo timber or the regular timber, vice versa. I noticed today when I was finishing up my swap over that the Timber X elevator surfaces are much bigger. You know, I thought the only thing they changed was the wing, but now the elevator and the rudder are bigger also. Definitely the elevator. So they remade the molds just to make the elevator bigger. You know, and then of course the X wing has got gigantic control surfaces on it. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. You know, hey George, what's up? Mickey, what's going on? GBLynden, who else? Hello there. What else we got? Who else is here? Man, we're up to 35 in the room. That's great. Thank you, guys. So anyway, you know, like I said, it's a pretty jet. It flies okay, but I don't like the flight time. 3.5 minutes, just not my my deal. And I think if we had bigger wings, it might actually fly better. So that's my thoughts on that. So about my Viper, I did not have a very successful maiden on that. Well, okay, Dave, that's a true statement too. But you know, if sales were doing that great, why did they bother to redo it twice? You know, yeah, GB, that's exactly, yeah. You know, a really pretty girl that sucks in bed. Yeah, that's a very good comparison. I couldn't have said it better myself. You know. So anyway, my Viper on the maiden didn't go so well. When I got to the field and did a flight surface test, one of the flaps had failed. So I did a bunch of tests at the field. We spent over an hour farting around with it, and the servo was just dead. It was the servo. I put a different servo plugged in. I didn't have one at the field I could put in it, but I had one I could test, and everything tested good. So it was the servo failed. Well, Dave, that's a good question. Why does Ford make a new Mustang every few years? Because I don't know. You know, because they can. You know, why do they retool up and make a new version every few years? Yeah, that's a good question. So that leads right back into, why wouldn't Dan want to tool back up and make another version of this? You know, to make it a better airplane. You know, and I'm thinking that the rest of the plane's okay. They'd only have to retool to make wings, not the whole plane. The Mustang, they make a whole new Mustang. It's not, you know, they don't just bolt new doors onto the old plane or the old car. They change the whole thing. Headlights, taillights, you know. So I'm only suggesting that he do a mock-up of new wings to see if it would fly better. So that's just my thought. So anyway, after we determined that the flap had failed on the Viper, I just disabled the flaps altogether for the flight and took off. And it took off fine and was flying okay until I was only in the air about a minute, and the rudder was doing this. And after landing it landed okay. Landed pretty good, actually, considering the rudder was flapping all over the place. It made a really good landing. And we taxied it over, and the control rod had come off the ball link, and the ball link was missing out of the control arm, you know, the control horn. So the ball link disappeared completely, which I don't know what happened first. I did the thing come off, and then the ball came out of the surf. I don't know what the heck happened. I couldn't even begin to tell you what happened there. So that was my once and done flight. No damage to the jet. Jet's in perfect condition. Like I said, made a great landing. It landed beautiful considering the fight. No flaps, no flap landing, and the rudder was just flopping in the breeze. It still made a really good landing. So Nathaniel, what's up? Good to see you. Nate, good to see you, man. Bravo, good to see you. Oh no, Bravo, I did a surface test like 10 times. I was like, I had the plane on my bed and was going over the controls and adjusting them And I mean, I was all over that plane for a week because I couldn't go the week I got it because it was raining. So it sat on my bed all week, and I kept playing with it. So I over tested everything to the extreme. I over tested everything. Um, I had to adjust every surface on it. No surface was where it should have been. Every one of them needed a minor adjustment. So I had every one of them off and adjusted and re-on and tested and checked and rechecked and checked again. So when I got to the airfield and it didn't work, that was really like, what the hell? Because, like I said, been testing it all week, and it was fine. So when I got to the field and it didn't work, I was pretty bummed. It just shouldn't have happened. So I don't know if... Now, I did have the plane on my table here one night I didn't have the lights on that long, but maybe that particular server was under stress, and I didn't... it wasn't buzzing, but that doesn't mean it wasn't stressing. And maybe it just burnt out while it was sitting here on. I don't know. It's good that if it did it there, because it would have burnt out in the air while I was flying around. I overstroked my balls. Yeah, that's what it was. So yeah, no, it was well tested. Believe me. I'm fanatical about that. That's why I don't do build videos to that extent, because literally I'd be there an hour just adjusting every little, making sure everything was centered in the radio, and then making sure every surface is centered to the plane. And yeah, it's a long process for me. I really take a lot of time doing that. So the fact that George, we're talking about my new Viper that was on the table last week, the green one. That's the Taft Hobbies Viper. It's a 90 millimeter, 1450 wingspan. It's I got it from Banggood, but it's actually made by Taft Hobbies. And from the little bit of flight time I got on it, I was pretty impressed. It flies good, and it lands really good. Considering I didn't even have flaps to land with, I was very impressed with how it landed. It was pretty much a greaser, and it really wasn't coming in that hot. It was really good. Dwayne was there. He was with me when we flew it. So yeah, so that, even though it wasn't a great maiden, it was successful. And I think I'm going to take some of the control surfaces, the ball links. I think I'm going to take the ball links and connectors off my one of the Avantis I have here, and use them on it. Maybe I'm going to look into that and see if that might. Deuces Wild, what's up? What do you got coming this week? I missed it. I'll scroll back. See what did you buy? Wow. I don't see it. It must have been way back. Well, that's alright, just tell me again. So we'll get it ready for this weekend. I just have to change that link and replace the flap. It's on the bed again right now. I'm pulling the flap servo out of it. Yeah, what are you doing with pictures of Dave's grandma? So, Hurricane Delta is coming. I don't know what that means, Bravo. What's Hurricane Delta? Is there a hurricane out there? No, we're way past the D's, aren't we? What are we talking about? Yeah, I don't know anything about the hurricane. I rarely watch TV, or especially the news. Um, my phone weather doesn't give me hurricane updates. So, yeah, I don't know anything about a hurricane. I'll have to go check now because I didn't know anything about that one. So, how many guys have taken advantage of the big sale at Horizon Hobbies? You guys picking up anything good? Um, I've spent some money. I told myself I wasn't gonna, but I did. Um, some of those deals were just too good to pass up. The next one will be Elko. Yeah, yeah. Then Foxtrot. You got a GB? Oh, did you? That's cool. Yeah, I actually pulled the trigger on a second EC 1500. I like that plane so much. Um, it's a lot of fun to fly. It's good looking. Um, Dropping parachute guys out the back door. It's just an all around good airplane. So, and at the price I got it at, that was cheaper than the one I bought with the free battery. So I picked up a second one. Um, so anyway, how about Real Flight 9.5? Oh, Alan, you did buy the PT-17? Good, great, super, that's great. You know, if you don't mind the modeling part of it, you're going to love the way it flies. That's a really nice flying airplane. Really nice. Um, no bad tendencies at all. That just flies beautiful. So, yeah, you're going to love that one. It's gonna be a little bit of work to put together. Don't get discouraged. Um, it's not your normal everyday 8 screws and you're ready to go fly kind of airplane. It's going to take some modeling, but it's a good airplane. Yeah. How bad? What did you do to the Havoc, Dave? How bad did you break that? I don't think they had any of the parts for the Havoc on sale anyway. Although you could buy a lot of the stuff that fits the Futura that's on sale, like the landing gear and stuff, are all the same thing. So if you need landing gear for the Havoc, that's on sale cheap. I think I accidentally bought 2 sets of the mains for the red Futura because they were so cheap. I didn't want 2 sets, but I ended up with 2 sets, I think. So, Deuces, how'd you fix the landing gear on your pits? Did you bend your own? Or is it available again? I know it's still on back order, so at Horizon. Oh, good, Alan. You like the modeling part? Well, then you're going to love that airplane. You really will, because it's not hard modeling at all. Yeah, it's a good airplane. I really like it. Very, very happy with that airplane. And I'll be able to go fly it this week because my wagon's been down for 2 weeks, guys. So there's been planes that wouldn't fit in in my other car. So I haven't been able to take those planes I really want to go fly to the field. So now that the wagon's fixed, I can take the PT-17 again. Joe Habib, what's up? Good to see you, man. So which two planes are we talking about, Air Marshal, that did the exact same thing in the same spot? Yeah, the wagon, I had a couple of issues. And so I took the opportunity to give her a good once-over while she was down. But, oh, Spencer Keith, thank you so much, buddy. That's awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You might make it look huge. It's my new camera. It makes objects in my camera larger than they appear. or no, appear larger than they are, I guess. So but I guess the main problem, well, I had to put a fuel pump in it. So I put a new fuel filter in it. I put a new air filter in it. Put a new cap and rotor on it. Put a new control module in it. Now, I had replaced the control module 4 years ago. And it was defective. But it wasn't defective in a way that I was really... Oh, the PC-17 and the Havoc both went down in the same spot. Really? Wow, that sucks. Yeah, so you've got a radio problem out there. Some kind of a radio hit, huh? I know that feeling. My old field had the same problem. That's why I went to the Taranis, because my Spectrum kept getting shot down in certain spots. And don't know why, but they suspect it was the towers at each end of the runway. I don't know, but that's why I went to the Taranis. So yeah, it turned out what was wrong with the module was that if there was no load on the motor, you were rolling down the road and it unloaded like you're starting to go down a hill, the tack would start doing this. It's just bouncing all over the place. As soon as the car got back under load, like starting to climb the hill the other side, then that would go away. It was, as long as it was a slight load on the motor, just normal driving, it was fine. But every time it went over a crest and you start down a little incline and it unloads the motor, then the tack would do this number. So I put a new control module in it, and that cured that. So whether it needed it or not, at least it fixed that problem, which really wasn't a problem. But like I said, it was time to give her a once-over. But it turns out, besides the fuel pump, that the map sensor was the problem. Now, I've never had a map sensor keep a car from running. I've had it run bad, get crappy gas mileage, a lot of different things, but not run. I mean, literally, it was preventing it from running. And I've never run into that before. So all I did was unplug the map sensor, and the car ran. So once we went through all the diagnostic problems, and we finally found out that it was the, and I called a buddy of mine who's the best mechanic I know. And he was dumbfounded too. We spent hours on and off the phone trying to determine what could be wrong with this stupid thing. So yeah, it turned out to be a bad map sensor is what was preventing it from running. I could make it run, but there were different conditions I had to do to make it run. It wouldn't run on its own. I had to fart with it in a lot of different ways to keep it running. And but it wouldn't see if you weren't throttling it, if you weren't messing with it, it would just shut off. It wouldn't continuously run. If I put gas in the carburetor, it would run. Or in the throttle body, it's a throttle body fuel injection unit. Had butterflies and 2 sprayers, and if you poured gasoline right on the butterflies and started the car, it would idle for about a minute on the fuel that it was just siphoning off the butterflies. And it's a 92 Oldsmobile custom cruiser station wagon. Has the 305 V8 in it. And I've had the car a long time, and it's identical to the other cars I've had even longer. I have a fleet of cars, and they're all the same, pretty much the same car. So yeah, I just couldn't diagnose the map problem, and and my friend Garvin, he said, "Well, you want me to bring the scan tool over?" And I said, "Well, I've got a scan tool." He said, "Well, what's it showing?" I said, "Well, what am I looking for? What kind of data should I? Because I'm going to have a lot of data on the screen. What would you be looking at?" And that's when he finally said, "Unplug the map sensor." So I did, and that cured it. So I went and got it. Well, actually, I didn't. I just took the map sensor off my Cadillac and put it on there for now. But I'm going to go buy a new one tomorrow. I ordered a part for the car that'll be here tomorrow, and when I get there, I'm going to buy the map sensor because they have that in stock. But the car's running fine, and now I can get my planes in there to go to the field. So I'm very happy about that. That was a 2-week ordeal that was really driving me nuts. Oh, I haven't watched that video yet. I saw that go up, and I didn't have a chance to watch it. I've been playing with real Flght 9.5 too much. Really enjoying the crap out of that. So, yeah, but if it's in that kind of condition, it probably doesn't need cleaning. It probably needs. This is a remote map sensor too. There's a vacuum line that goes to it, and it's mounted on the firewall of the car. It's not on the motor. Most map sensors are right on the intake manifold, but this one's not. It's mounted on the firewall, and there's a vacuum hose going to it. So the chances of any dirt being in it are like slim and none. It's not. It can't be a dirt problem. The vacuum hose is too long. I mean, it's got about a foot to 18 inches of vacuum hose going to it. So I seriously doubt a cleaning is what it needs. So listen, this car's been so good to me for a long time now. I don't mind putting a couple bucks into it. It's well worth a little bit of TLC for sure. It's just a good car. It's been a really, really good car. So, and it gave me the opportunity to fix some other issues with the car that I just haven't gotten around to fixing. One was a surprise. The car had been in a rear end accident before I'd gotten it. Not a bad one, just a minor bump, but it was a bump enough to compress the floor pan on the driver's side of the car slightly. And that floor pan is exactly where the fuel tank sits up in. So it crushed the pocket. Now we're talking like a quarter of an inch. I mean, it was not bad at all. But it was enough to cause the fuel tank to crack. So I had a fuel tank crack that was leaking. And so I bought another tank for the car years ago. And I thought I put it in and it cracked in the same spot. But I went and looked at that tank again and then I couldn't find a crack in it. And I'm thinking back to, did I put the original tank back in for a reason or by accident or whatever? But it turned out it must have been that because I don't have a fuel leak anymore. I used the tank, the other tank. I cleaned it all up and I put the new pump and everything in that tank and put that in the car. And it seems like I cured the fuel leak. So that tank's not cracked. So that was a big plus. The unexpected plus. I wasn't expecting that. One ping only. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, okay, Mike. That's good. That's good advice. I'll be careful about looking for cracks. uh, no kidding. So 7.5 won't run on a box that has 3.0 USBs it doesn't recognize? Really? That's wild. Don't you have at least one USB that's the old? Because my laptop has, one of each. It has a high-speed one and a regular one. So, that's interesting. Oh yeah, I still have my timing gun and my dwell meter and all that stuff. Yeah, I remember those days. I still have one car. No, I have two cars. I still have two cars that use points and a dwell meter and a timing light. Yep, I still have two cars that require that, so I keep them around. But yeah, I haven't worked on either one of those cars in years. So, um, but I remember it. Remember it well. So, yeah, my 67 and my 56 are both, you know, old motors. I'm thinking about updating the motors in both those cars. Not right away, but maybe eventually. I think I might drop a modern small block in both of them. Um, we'll see. The wrong elevator was in the box. Okay, so what's the wrong elevator? The wrong color elevator, Jackson? Or you got two lefts and no right? What do you mean the wrong elevator in the box? That's interesting. It sounds like the same batch of planes that Dave got. He got a bad one. Boy, he really got a bad one. Oh, so the PT-17 you have, Timothy, is the Horizon Hobby one. Yeah, I really like the Dynam one. It came out nice. I really like it, and it's pretty big. So it's a winner. I really like it. I want the Waco. That's the Waco, whatever you call it. I want that one next. Um, RC Attic, welcome to the show. Good to see you here. Yeah, Timothy. Yeah, you got the E-Flite one. Yeah, this one's much bigger than that. I was surprised how much bigger. Um, they both fly good. I've flown both. My buddy Ben, who's probably going to either already in the show or will be, he has the Horizon one, and I flew that one for him, and it flies good. It's just small. The Dynam one's much bigger. Well, Bill, what's up? Yeah, they call those horseless carriages. Oh my God, Mike, you're killing me tonight. Oh, you got the blue edition PT-17? That's cool. Yeah, I just I don't know. I just thought the all yellow one looked better. Yeah, they both look good. What I liked that I missed, because I've seen them both ways. I love the rudder on the blue one. I love the red and white stripes. That looks cool on the rudder. And I've seen pictures of real ones where the yellow one had that same thing as well. But yeah, the blue one, I guess one of the things was that the tail section was like mispainted wrong. That Rich had pointed out on his when he did his review, and I wasn't too keen on that. If the Dynam PT-17 had landing gear like the E-Flite, what's different about the landing gear, Joseph? I don't know what's different. What are you liking about? I guess you like the E-Flite landing gear better. What's different? Yeah, I haven't seen the blue one in person, but I do like the yellow one. I'm really happy with the yellow one. Doesn't break on landing. What are we talking about? Are we talking about the landing gear on the PT-17? Oh, I don't think that landing gear is going to break. It's two steel rods welded together. It's pretty stout landing gear on this. Way stronger than the FMS gear on the pits. They really screwed that one up. Yeah, I don't see any issues with the Dynam landing gear at all. I can't see that being a problem at all. Yeah, this is the Arrows MiG 29. Yep, that's what's on the table. Oh, it has working struts. Oh, really? I didn't notice that. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, Ben's got that one. I'll have to check that next time he brings it out to the field. Yeah, I don't think we can eat them. The thing leans like a baby doll, so it shouldn't be a problem. I don't think you're going to break them. Yeah, that's right, Ryan. You were getting the blue one, so you got it, huh? Great. I'm sure you've already flown um, Bobby's, haven't you? So, you know, it's cool. I like it. I definitely like the plane. Yeah, down Periscope was a funny movie. That was a good one. Seriously, Dave? Down Periscope is what it's really like on a submarine, really? Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh no. E.T. lie? Oh no. Really? Oh no. I'm devastated. Oh, there you go, Tim. Good job. Nicely done. That's awesome. All right, Ray. Good night. It's good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, God, that's great. They must smell wonderful on that sub. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious. Uh, oh, what was the name of that TV series? Dave, what was the name of that series? That TV series that the sub was the renegade captain in the sub. It was only on one season. It was good though. I really liked that show. I can't think of the name of it right now. Yeah, Shadow, I guess they had to be trained on a diesel sub. Even though they weren't using them anymore, they still had to go through the training on it. That was the night that we were here till 8 or 9 o'clock the next morning. Dave was talking all about the training and all that stuff. Um, God, I can't think of the name of that damn that damn TV series. No, not McHale's Navy. No, it was a summer. It was modern. It was a nuclear sub that our country tried to sink our own submarine for some reason. I forget what the reason was. And the captain went rogue with the sub, and he had launch codes and everything. He could launch nuclear weapons, so they had to kind of handle him with kit gloves, and it was only on for one season, and it went off the air. But I liked it. It was a good show. Yeah, this is the Roach. This is the Arrows MiG-29. I've had it for quite a while. I flew it a couple times, and then I was waiting to order some better batteries for it. The batteries finally got here, and I flew it again. And it's okay. Not my favorite jet, but it's okay. It looks good. It really looks good. It's a good-looking plane. So I think I'm either going to sell it or it's going to become a wall hanger. One or the other. It's not something I'm going to... And the only reason I don't like it is because the flight time's too short. It's only about a 3.5 minute jet. And I just don't like that. And you can't put a bigger battery in it. You can't put a big enough battery in it to make a difference. It doesn't like the weight. You start loading it down with anything bigger than a 4,000, and it doesn't respond well to that. You end up burning more energy just to keep it in the air, so your flight time doesn't increase. It just makes the plane heavier, and then it starts flying. It doesn't fly as good. So, voyage to the bottom of the sea. No. Dave's probably looking it up right now. Oh, I know, Dave. For sure it was, but it was good. I mean, it was a good show. I really liked the show, and the one chick on the show is pretty hot. Last Resort. That was the name of it. Which is that boy, that just doesn't sound like the right name, but that's what it is. Last Resort. I just looked it up. So yeah, that's what it was called. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I was sad to see it go away after the first season. I thought it was pretty good. All right, Eric. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, there you go. Robert just sent me the text. Last Resort. Yep. Yep, that's it. You said it 8 minutes ago. Oh, sorry, Robert. I missed it. Everybody missed it. You know, because Dave didn't get it either. Yeah. That's what it was called. Last Resort. Yeah, it's a pretty good show. You know, go on Hulu or wherever and check it out. It was a pretty good show. Yeah, the chat's been pretty active tonight, Robert. It's hard to keep up. And there's 17 different conversations going on in the chat at the same time. So it's hard to keep track who's talking about what. Well, they say the best food in the Navy is on subs, Dave. Is that true? Did you guys really get the best food? Well, that's cool. See, I could have been a submarine cook because man, I can cook. I can take leftovers or anything and turn it into a hell of a good meal. You know, if all we got left in the cooler is a little of this and a little of that, I can make something out of it. So I'd have been a great cook for the Navy for a submarine group. Right, Shadow. Yep, yep. That's how you keep them from going insane. Down, locked in a metal tube underwater, under a lot of pressure. Meryl Steubing. I don't know if you guys saw. He was in another submarine movie. Steubing was. I forget the name of the movie he was in, but he was in a sub movie. He's been in a bunch of Navy movies. Well, not a bunch, I don't think, but a few. I haven't heard that term, Robert. Camels are the ship of the sea. What does that mean? I'm not following that at all. Mickey, what was in the Village People video? What are you talking about? What did I say that you think was in the Village People? Oh, Ship of the Desert. Oh, well, yeah, because it stores a lot of water. It can go a long way. Yeah, that makes sense. A camel. Oh, Captain Stubing. No, he wasn't in the Village People, but he was in a couple of naval movies. I'm pretty sure one was a sub movie. I can't put my name on it right now, but yeah, you wouldn't shit Dave because he's your favorite turd. Yeah, you never shit your favorite turd. Yeah, I know the song in the Navy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a double tumbler night. Well, that's just so I don't have to go refill. Um, I don't have to go get a refill as early. So this one's got Diet Pepsi in it, and this one's got V8 Splash, Berry, Very Berry, and iced tea combo. Diet, caffeine free iced tea. So, Tara, where? Screw it! You're going back to sleep. Why? What happened? Somebody shitting your cornflakes here on the show that I don't know about? What happened? Ethan RC, what's up? How you doing tonight? Deuces, I had no idea what my show would be like. I've never had a drink in my life, so I have no idea what that's like. Couldn't tell you. No. It could be really hilarious and it could be really awful. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what kind of drunk I'd be. Why? What happened to George's MIG? With what battery? All right, so I want to hear this story now, Roach. Are you going to tell it? Is George still in here? Is he going to tell it? What happened? I want to hear this one. Oh, Dave, you've been to Dubai? Oh my God, really? Okay, so tell me about Dubai. That is one place I would love to go. Yeah, no ugly women. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Fred Barron, welcome. Good to see you, man. Well, see, that's guys. That's exactly why I have telemetry in my planes. See, that can't happen with telemetry. You're never going to run out of battery because the radio's going to, if either visually or audibly, you decide that it's time for you to land. My radio actually says that. You know, it's time for you to land, and then you should really think about landing. So, and that's after it's been giving me battery warnings, voltage warnings for several minutes. So, did you have to land it in the bushes, George? What was the outcome? I mean, obviously it's a crash of some kind, but was it a crash or just a controlled landing off field? Yeah, I would imagine Dubai would have been the most magnificent. That place just, I watch so much stuff about Dubai. It's just it's the magical place. I mean, it's just if I ever win the lottery, that's where you'll find me. Oh, you've been to Diego Garcia? Really? What was that like? There's nothing there, really, is there? Tell me about that. I'd like to hear about Diego Garcia. Oh, you haven't been to Diego Garcia. Oh, okay. But you've been to Guam. What was Guam like? FARMERMAN, what's up? So you never found the plane, George? It's still out there in the cornfield? All right, deuces. Have a good night, man. It's good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Guam was Guami. uh, yeah. What is there? 3 trees on the island on Diego Garcia? Maybe, maybe 3 trees. Yeah, I've been in a cornfield before, George. Flying model airplanes. One of the pylon races I went to up north, one of the pylons was out in the cornfield. So, and somebody's plane went down out there, and we went looking for it. And yeah, especially when the corn's above your head, tall. You can't see anything. All you can do is go down the rows and then try to look through the rows. And yeah, it was a pain in the butt. You can get lost in the corn for sure. So, George, do you think somebody's going to call you when they find your plane in the corn? Because obviously they're going to find it one way or the other. Hopefully they'll see it before they run it over, but it's not going to go unnoticed for sure. Oh, you're leaving this time, Eric? All right. I was going to ask you that, but I didn't want to ruin your stream. You seem like you were on a roll. So, all right. Well, if you're really leaving, have a good night. And of course, you can always come back. So we're here. We'll be here. George, I'll tell you, the electronics are more. Listen, we found a plane that was out in the woods for years recently, and I brought it home and I let the electronics sit in my garage here for a month drying out, and it all worked, all of it. The speed control, the receiver, everything works. Um, so yeah, it just depends. Um, but yeah, it's Whatever it says in Wikipedia, that's how deep I've been. Oh, that's hilarious. In excess of 800 feet. So it's classified how deep you've really been. You can't tell us. So we get that. Well, Rodney, stick around because this show goes all night. I mean, I'll be here till probably 3 o'clock in the morning. So if you've got nothing better to do later, come on back. We'll probably still be here. This is the marathon show. We go all night. As long as there's people in here to talk to, we keep going. But welcome. Glad you made it in. Thanks for stopping by. What's up, Matt? Good to see you, man. Yeah, Rodney, it's exactly what it is. Yep, it's exactly what it is. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, that corn can cut you. Yeah, it's not a fun walk for sure. You definitely don't want to walk against the rows for sure. Yeah, long shirt, long sleeve shirt, and long pants for sure. Um, if you have to go looking for a plane in the corn. Yeah, I did that once. That wasn't too fun. We found the plane though. You just got to get a posse together. You get 10, 12 guys in each row, one guy in each row, and you just walk until somebody's going to walk into it sooner or later. you know, if you have, all you got to know is, you watch where it goes down. I mean, that was the first thing they taught me is don't take your eyes off the plane when it's going down, and when it hits when it's down, make sure you've got a line to it. Look at that line, get a marker, you know, get some kind of a reference point to where the plane went down, and then try to walk straight to it. And that was good advice because every plane I've watched go down, I've been able to find. I've lost two because I fell asleep flying them, and they flew away. I have no idea where they went, so I haven't found those two. But anytime I've crashed an airplane, I've found it. So no, there's no corn at the field down here at the Boozer event. It's a wide open field. There's no, and we haven't had to go look for an airplane yet down there. So, knock on wood. Yeah, they do corn mazes right here by my house. I've seen a sign up a couple times. I haven't stopped yet, but there's about this time of year, they'll put a sign up, corn maze. Um, and you could go walk through a maze in the corn. I haven't done it yet. Why are you not going to make it now, Farmer Man? What's going on? What's stopping you this time? Too tall for comfort? No, I'm not. I don't have any claustrophobic or anything. No, I'd love to go through a corn maze. I just never. Every time I go by and see the sign, I'm on my way going someplace. Well, I'm gonna try to. If I think about it, I might try to go over. If I think I remember where it was, I might try to do it this year. I think it'd be fun. Yeah, you wanted to sleep or eat, one or the other, right, Dave? Oh, is that right? Canada's on lockdown again? Oh, Jesus. So are you all better now, George? Yeah, Paul, I get that one. Never use a hard crashed receiver. That's when you turn it into a ground vehicle receiver. I save hard crash receivers for ground vehicles. Hey, Dave, did you have internet on the sub, or are you guys in the water too deep to get a signal? How does that work? Yeah, sure, Jeff. The free sky worked great in a sailboat. Why wouldn't it? You know, I've got I've got that in my sailboat too. One of my hard crash receivers is in my sailboat. Wow, so you lost hearing in your ear. Wow. I hadn't heard that. Damn. Yeah, let's hope that's not permanent. Well, I knew it wasn't going to be in the traditional sense, but I figured that, like, while you were on the surface, you could use the internet for a little while. And I'm not talking about talking with somebody or anything like that. Just being able to watch TV, you know, or something, watch a movie, that kind of stuff. That's the kind of internet I'm talking about, not actually corresponding with people. Um, you know, if you're transmitting, you know, you can be located. But if you're just receiving, then you're fine. So you can receive TV waves and that kind of stuff, and you know. So I didn't know if they surfaced to watch a movie at night or something. I didn't know. I was that's kind of what I was getting at. Do they ever do anything like that? Yeah, George, I can imagine. Yeah. So how long have you been over this, or how long ago did you get it? Gotcha. There you go. So at periscope depth. So that's cool. Well, George, I hope you get your hearing back. I sure hope that's not permanent. Were you able to download books to like an e-reader when you were up? Was that something you guys could do? I'm sorry, honey, I can't hear you. What was that? So Shay, how come you didn't do a show last night? What happened? Yeah, I was sitting here with my drink and my popcorn ready for the show, and what happened? Oh, that's cool. So they have a database on board. You can just download a book when you any. Wow, that's cool. Oh, I tried to make your show, GB, but apparently you were only on for 10 minutes. You know, I looked for your show and it was like, you know, and you wasn't there. So I don't know what happened. You just did a show for your premiere and then left, I guess. That's funny, Dave. Navy e-reader device. Yeah, I have a small tinnitus. It only comes every once in a while, and it's not for very long. You know, I just get this ring for a couple minutes, and it doesn't happen very often. A few times a year, maybe. Don't look so happy. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. So I'm studying. I'm reading. I'm intense. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, no, I don't have that, Roy. And I imagine you get used to it after a while, to some extent. It it really doesn't bother me. I mean, I notice it, when it comes on, but it doesn't really um, it doesn't really upset me in any way. I just, I know it. I can hear it. It's just, I get this. It starts out real shallow, and then it gets louder, and then it, maybe for a minute or so, and then it kind of fades off, and then it's gone. And like I say, it only happens every so often. It's not very often at all. Um, and I don't know what brings it on. I have no idea what sets it off like that. It's so infrequent that I haven't been able to figure out if I'm doing something that causes it or if it's just random. I don't know. So how you doing tonight, Christy? You doing all right? Well, that's good to hear, Christy. Happy Friday, Junior, everyone. What does that mean, Roy? Oh, come on, Dave. You earned that one. No, not at all, Jackson. I'm fine. Not at all tired. I got a nap in before my afternoon nap, So, yeah, I'm good to go tonight. Not tired at all. Just trying to read the chat because there's so many conversations going on. Off topic. Yeah, I guess we haven't come. Don't they have those the noise canceling headphones? Doesn't that can that work on something like that? Yeah, that's true, Roy. For those that work, yep, yep. Right now, um, this until this virus thing's over. Just woke up to that. Oh, that's funny, Dana. All right, George. Hey, feel better. And I'm serious. If you need me to come up there, since I'm not working, if you need some help, I'm available. Just saying. I'd gladly make the trip up there, help you put some airplanes together or whatever you need. So, GB, it's a must-have. It's a great airplane. It's so great, I just bought a second one. I couldn't pass up the deal. I already have one, been flying it for months, and I'll have another one Monday, just for a spare. That's how good that airplane is. It's awesome. I wouldn't hesitate to buy it at all. You need to get that plane. I have mine set up with the dual aileron so that it has a faster roll rate, and that works great. The single flap setting is more than enough flap for the airplane. It works fine. But with the double aileron, you've got way more roll authority. So the plane's very aerobatic. It'll fly inverted. Go watch my EC 1500 video. I mean, I'm out there flying the crap out of that thing. So yeah, just go take a look at my video. Yeah, you can put any size four cell in there you want. I've flown mine with a 5300 all the way down to a 3300. I don't think I've flown anything smaller than that, just because. And the flight times, I mean, you can go 35 minutes. My 4500, I went 35 minutes. Now that was a scale flight. I was trying to get flight time out of it, but 15 minutes is easy. No, I love those props. You've got me confused with somebody else. Those props are the coolest thing ever. I love those things. They screw through the air. They look so cool on the plane. And it's the most efficient setup there is. I cannot believe the flight times I get on a twin-engine plane with a 4-cell battery. It's unbelievable. The thing is just freaking awesome. Love that airplane. That's why I bought a second one. I just love that airplane. Well, it shows how often you go to my site, Dana. So, listen, the only reason I bought the bind and fly version is because I can't buy a receiver that cheap, even one of mine. It's only $22 difference, or $23 difference, between the bind and fly and the plug and play. And I can't buy an off-brand receiver that cheap. So I went with the bind and fly one. My first one was the bind and fly because that's the one they offered the free battery with. So that's why I bought the first one. Listen, I wasn't going to buy the plane at first. I didn't think I would have any fun with it. But the owner of the field that I fly at had one, and he let me fly it, and that sold me on it. I couldn't go home and order it fast enough, and it just happened at that time Horizon had the free battery deal going, so I bought it. And I love that airplane. And with the wings off, I put it in the front seat of my car. I've got a pillow on the floor so I don't booger up the nose, and I stand the plane on its nose, laying up against the seat, and then I put the two wing halves behind it in the seat, and it's always in the front seat of my car. So, so that plane's almost always with me. Right. Roach. I mean, even if you don't want that receiver and you're gonna, you could sell it for more than you're paying for it and put your own receiver in it. So, yeah, for the price difference, it's just not worth not getting it, especially right now, because like I said, it's only a $23 difference between the bind and fly and the plug and play. So, it's kind of a no-brainer. Just, and you don't have to bind it for the safe. You can bind it regular and not have the safe on. I did learn something, though, that was pretty interesting. If you bind it in safe mode, but don't have the safe on, it triples your throws of your rudder and elevator. I'm not kidding. It's a huge difference if you bind it in safe mode versus, because I had it bound up in non-safe mode. And then I heard the RC Geek, Chris Wolf, made a comment about it because he just did another review on the plane. And so I tried it, and he's right. I mean, if you bind it in safe mode and then turn the safe off, you've got so much more rudder and elevator authority that you had before. And the elevator authority was never really an issue, but the rudder authority, just for taxiing on the ground, made a huge difference. So, yeah, so that I tried it one day and it worked, and I was like, wow, that's amazing. So, because it takes a cornfield to turn that thing around on the ground without the safe. So, oh, it'll climb forever. Yeah, I mean, the plane will climb forever. Even with my 4500 battery in it, it'll go straight up forever. It just, until you shut it off, it just keeps going vertical. The plane's amazing in every way. It's just crazy how good that thing flies. Yeah, GB, don't miss out on this. Get it. Absolutely get it. You do not want to... This sale is awesome. You don't want to let this get by. So make sure you get that plane while it's on sale. Now, at $400, I don't know. I'd probably still buy it. It's worth it. At first, I wouldn't have. But, yeah. Right, GB. So don't just bind it with the safe just so you have more rudder authority, because that'll definitely keep you off the curbs. You'll have so much steering on the ground with the extra rudder authority with the safe off on landing that you'll be able to steer it away from the curb easily. Yeah, it's four thumb screws. The wings just unplug. All the connectors are in the wings, and they just unplug. So just 4 thumb screws on the wing. You pop them off. Make sure to put some Vaseline on the plug, though. The electrical plug is very tight. So put a little Vaseline on it so the connectors slide in and out easier. Because it's a fight to get the wing off if you don't. But yeah, it breaks down super easy. Oh my God, 2 4,000 packs in that, you'll be able to fly it a week. I mean, I could get an hour. I'm not kidding. 2 4,000 packs in parallel in that airplane, I could fly it for an hour. No problem. I could easily get an hour out of that airplane. That's how good that airplane is. Now, I've dropped some paratroopers out of it, but no midget strippers. But I had a paratrooper that caught a thermal and flew away. But it stayed on the property. It's 633 acres. And they found it. They chased it and found it. And they brought it back. And then later in the day, after we've been dropping it all day, the guys, it's hilarious watching 50-year-old men want to chase a parachute around. But my field's full of them. Every time I bring the plane out, they go, "Are you going to drop a parachute, guy?" I say, "You going to chase it?" "Yeah, okay." They love chasing it. But it hit a thermal again and flew away. we didn't chase it that time. So yeah, so the second time it flew away. Well, you know, Roy, it might look better, but I don't know how good it flies. I mean, I haven't seen a tremendous amount of videos on the C-130 um, from Avios, so I can't say how it flies. Um, but this thing, especially with the propellers, I love these propellers. God, they are the coolest looking thing I've ever seen on an airplane. And they're counter rotating, which by the way, on the real airplane they don't counter rotate, but on the RC one they do. So they're counter rotating, and yeah, it's pretty cool. I love the airplane. Yeah, that's the one plane that was in the setup that I wouldn't pass on, guys. This sale, that plane I think it's $299 with the bind and fly. That's a great deal. That's cheaper than when I got the free battery, because the battery for it, the 4000 Smart Pack, was like $85. So I got a free battery with my first one, so that knocked $85 off. But it's $100 off now, and that's a screaming deal. So if you guys haven't got an EC 1500, get it. You won't be sorry at all. It's a great flying airplane. It's a ton of fun to fly. Yeah, that's the one, Dana. Yep, that's the plane. It's a cargo plane, Dana. It's got a cargo door. You can put stuff in the back of it and drop it out, like paratroopers. You know? So, all right, Alan. Have a good night. You know, it's full of lights. GB. It's got like, I think it has 6 lights on it. Yeah, it's got 6 lights on it. There's 2 nav lights, 2 landing lights. There's a red beacon on the top and a white tail light on the back. So it's got 6 lights on it that look really cool. Yeah, you know, like I said, at first I didn't want the plane. I was like, yeah, what am I going to do? What would I do with it? You know, it's just a big cargo plane. But yeah, it's after I flew the owner of the field's plane, I had to get it, and like I said, I like it so much I bought a backup one, so now I have a second one coming. It'll be here Monday. Yeah, it's got unbelievable power. It'll go vertical. I mean, to the stars. You can actually pull vertical on takeoff roll. It looks like a JATO assist takeoff. It'll just go straight up, right on takeoff. It's crazy how I can't believe how good that thing flies with twin motors on a 4-cell. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. The performance of that airplane is unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, it's, you guys said on the camera it's much darker than it looks like on camera. Yeah, I watched the video. Yeah, that plane's a hoot too. I love that. You know, I don't have the turbo version. I have the regular one. I know the turbo one's better, but still, even the regular one it has the same lights, and yeah, that plane's a blast. So, but yeah, I saw you flying in the dark, and you guys said it was much darker than it looks on the camera. Okay, so yeah, I have had one prop fly off, even with, I got, mine came with both the original prop adapters and the new and improved ones, and I still had a prop come off once. So, and if you just bank back to the runway and land it, you're fine. But if you try to keep flying it on one motor, it won't make it. But if you throttle it back, you don't even have to throttle it all the way back. Just throttle it back to a low setting and fly it to the runway. Don't try to do anything else. Just get it on the ground, and it'll be fine. But it won't fly on one motor. That's another awesome airplane. I agree with Rich, RC Informer. The E-Flite F4 is amazing. That's a great flying airplane. I love that thing. It surprises me every time I take it out. I keep thinking, because of how, statutes, it's small. It's not much bigger than this. With a 6S, 80 millimeter fan, but it flies amazing. And it lands beautiful. I love that airplane. It's one of my favorite jets right now. I haven't had a chance to really fly my. I think my new one, the Taft Hobbies Viper, is going to be my favorite. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I love my E-Flite F4. That thing's fantastic. And I didn't buy the bind and fly. I bought the plug and play. So I don't have AS3X in mine. None of that safe stuff. None of that. It's just, it's all stick and rudder. And it flies amazing. I think they discontinued the plug and play version, GB. I'm not positive, but I think, and honestly, if they discontinue it, it's only to bring it back with the new smart receiver in it. That's what they're going to do. They'll discontinue it, and then they'll bring it back with all the smart stuff in it. The smart receiver, smart speed control, smart battery kind of thing. And it's going to be a lot more money, because they're proud of that stuff. So the price will go up. So that's another thing to think about. If you want these planes, now's the time to get them. Because when the 636s go away, everything's going to go up in price. Well, if they did get rid of them both, GB, I promise you, it's going to come back with the smart stuff in it. Just wait and see. They'll bring it back with the smart stuff. It was too good a jet. It looks good. It flies good. RC Informer says it's the best jet he's ever flown. He loves that thing. And I agree with him. It's just, and like I said, I don't have any safe in mine or AS3X. It's strictly stick and rudder. And I can't believe how good that thing flies. Well, yeah, exactly, GB. Yeah, that P-51 with all the smart stuff in it's very expensive. So expect more of that. There you go, Randy. Dave, did you see that? Are you reading Randy's post? He's got a couple of receivers for sale. Did I just shit my pants? No, why? What did I do? What? You heard a fart? No, I didn't even fart. Why, did I lean over like I was letting one go? No, I think my butt gets sore on this damn stool. It's not very well padded. So I got to move around sometimes. My butt gets sore. No, haven't farted, didn't shit myself. No. No, not tonight yet. I have in the past, but not tonight yet. Do you want me to let you know when I fart? Because I don't mind sharing if you want to know. Acidosis? Is that what you were trying to say? F4 works great on grass. No problem at all. No problem at all. Takeoff landings. It lands beautiful. It's an easy lander. And it has no problem getting off the grass. It's fine. You know, I haven't had a plane yet that I've had, any of the jets I have, even this one, has no problem getting off the grass. You know, they've all got off the grass just fine. So, and that's all I fly on, guys. You know, I don't fly on a paved runway, except at the Boozer event. That's the only paved runway I've flown off of in the last couple of years, is at the place we're going to be in November. So they've got pavement there. But yeah, the F4 is great off grass, no problem at all. This no problem getting this off grass either. This is easy to get off grass. My Havoc, no problem on grass either. The Havoc takes off great on grass, and the F4. I think those are the only two. Those are the only two jets I have from Horizon, I think. Let me think a minute here. So the only jet I've seen have trouble getting off the grass at my field, I would say the Viper, you know, the E-Flite Viper might have a slight problem getting off the grass. Might. It seems to get off, but it seems to use a little more runway than I would think. So that one, I haven't flown the Viper, so I don't know personally, but I've watched it fly, and And then the only other jet has been the EAB Hawk, the Flightline one. The 70 millimeter one. That one's had trouble getting off the grass at my field. Now, I've seen it both ways. So I'm thinking the one that's having trouble might be heavy. He did repaint it. He put this really cool camo scheme on it. I have no idea how much paint he used, but maybe his plane's just heavy. But he seems to have trouble getting it off the grass. Now, I don't know if maybe he didn't calibrate his speed control and he doesn't have enough authority to get it off. I just noticed that he's had trouble getting that one off. But the other guy has one and has no problem getting it off. So I really think it's just his jet. Maybe there's something wrong with it. Maybe he hasn't calibrated the speed control, or maybe he's got it too heavy with the paint job. I don't know. And then the Vipers seemed to struggle a little bit, but they got it off. I mean, it wasn't like it didn't work. Yeah, that could be too, GB. He always wants to take off with the flaps down, and I keep telling him that, I don't think you need the flaps down. So that's creating extra drag that he doesn't need. So that might be part of the problem too. I don't know. Do you fly yours off grass, GB? Sure, I can let you off at the next stop. No problem, Roach. Be happy to. Just pull a little cord. You'll be fine. Have a good night, buddy. Thanks for stopping in. Dana's absolutely right. I definitely want an Asian girl. I'll take it for sure. Good night, Roach. No, it's not that. I just love the looks of an Asian woman. They just to me they're just beautiful. I love Asian women. Everybody has their thing, and for me it's Asian women. I just think they're beautiful. Yeah, I think that's just a myth, isn't it though? You've probably had some of that on the side, haven't you? So is that a myth? Is the snatch really sideways? wide wide snatch. yeah, yeah, I sure do. I can't confirm or deny. Why is Amy sitting next to you? Yeah, I've seen him without makeup. Yep. Am I nerding out? Is that a question or a statement? You don't want an Asian girl. Flight snatch. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. More of the Fifth Amendment shit. Fly lice. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. One hung low. That's a good one, Randy. How much do they want for, Dave? Just curious. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm asking. I mean, if she was on sale, holy crap. Oh, I don't worry about the height. If I worried about that, I would limit. You know how limited my selection of women would be if I worried about how tall they were? That doesn't bother me a bit. I don't care. They're all the same size when they're laying down. You didn't get into price negotiations. I mean, he wasn't throwing numbers at you. $2, $2, $2, $1.50, $1. No, I don't care, GB. Doesn't matter. I don't care how tall they are. Doesn't make any difference to me. I'm a leg man, so the longer the legs, the better. I could care less how tall she is. Definitely like legs, so. So he was pitching her hard, but he didn't throw a price though, huh? That's interesting. Yeah, because that's what I figured. I figured he was pitching it. That's because that's what they do. But he was only pitching what she was good at, not what she costs, huh? I have no scruples. He wanted your Zippo lighters. Oh, yeah? Apparently. Thanks, Roy. What's so big about a Zippo lighter? Is that like rare commodity over there that's worth a lot of money? Yeah, you probably get asked a lot in the grocery store, Fred. Hey, can you get that off the top shelf for me, please? I don't have that problem. I've never had anybody ask me to get something off a shelf for them. No, I take that back. I did have a woman once ask me that. Made me feel tall. Yeah, yeah, she probably was kidnapped, yeah. No kidding. They wanted your ring? Why do you think that? What would they want with your class ring? Yeah, she asked me to get it off the bottom shelf for her. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that could have been it, Roy. Maybe she just wanted some entertainment for the minute. Yeah. Oh, so your ring was gold. Oh, okay. 6'2" now? Are you shrinking, Fred? Have you gotten to that age where you're shrinking? Nope, never seen it. Can't see the top shelf. I passed it and I should turn around. What, what does that mean? No, I don't need to carry a box around. Listen, I've really never had any trouble getting anything off the top shelf at the grocery store. Their shelves aren't that high. At Walmart, I usually just climb on the shelf. Hey, Joe's back. What's up? Good to see you, man. Our contact from Dublin, Ireland. Hops? You mean like hops for beer hops? Nah, I never had any platform shoes, but I did think about getting some. Not for a Halloween costume. I was gonna do something with, like 1 foot lift shoes. I forget what it was, either Herman Munster, I don't know, but yeah, I thought about doing that. And I've never had a problem with my height, guys. It never bothered me. So I never bought any high lift shoes or anything like that to make me taller. I never gave a crap. Never bothered me. So I never did anything like that to try to be taller. ABBA shoes? I never noticed. What kind of shoes did ABBA have? Did they have platform shoes? I never paid any attention to that. You got real Flight 9 and not 9.5, Joe? Because I just got 9.5. No, no pogo stick either. that's funny. Yep, I agree, Joe. I'm having a ton of fun with mine. I just got it too. I got it Monday. Um, I was installing it during Air Marshal's show, trying to get it online so I could go flying. Took too long to install. I couldn't get it done in time. Yeah, yeah, that's a good question. We're just way off topic tonight. Yeah, I'll agree with that one, Dave. The ABBA ladies were pretty smoking hot. Yep. You weren't born yet? No kidding, really? Oh, you're only 40. Oh, okay. I'll turn 60 in 15 days. Now, let's see. 17 days. Yeah. My birthday's in 17 days. I'll be 60. You were born at a very young age? Really? Christ, that's amazing, Mike. Oh, God, that's funny. I bought myself an EC 1500, GB. Haven't you been listening? It'll be here Monday. Today you just set your personal best. Consecutive days alive. That's amazing. So did I. Wow. What a coincidence. Oh my God. Oh my God. Um, I don't know if I could fly it inside the garage, even empty. You know, it's big, but I don't think it's quite that big. You know, a 20-foot circle. I'm sure I could do it, but yeah, I don't think I'd want to try it though. Oh, I could definitely dunk on a trampoline, no problem. No, I could touch the net. I could. There's no way I could dunk a basketball, but I could touch the net. I could jump pretty high. What are you 3D printing, Bravo? What are you printing for the MIG? What kind of tail? What are you talking about? MiG 15. Oh yeah, for which are you doing a complete? Uh, are you 3D printing a whole airplane in MiG 15? That's funny, Dave, because I still get asked for ID sometimes. Not that I'm buying anything that I need an ID for, but every once in a while, you know, something comes up I have to buy. You know, I buy some wine for cooking sometimes. And sometimes they ask for ID, and I just look at them and I say, "Are you serious? Come on. Really? I don't look 21?" Oh, we have to ask everybody. trying to get some tail. So did you get that from, what is that, 3D, where'd you get the file from? I can't remember the name of the company. I wanted to do their F86. I still might. Greedy Labs, that's it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was going to get the, I was going to do their F86. Aren't you worried about the weight, Bravo? Yeah, I've got the Keith Partridge hairdo. There you go. Needs to be a little longer, especially in the back. There you go. Hey, I'd be honored to be called David Cassidy. I saw them flying the P-38. I didn't see him doing the MIG. I'll have to go look for that one. Yeah, going full on mullet. Business in the front, party in the back. Yeah. Yeah. Colin, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, man. Oh, we're just having one of those nights, Colin. You know, you just never know what these guys are going to start talking about. Welcome to the nut house. Yeah. Oh my God. I don't know. I wish I could. I wish I could take credit for that. Not me. Yeah, but you keep coming back, Roy. You're watching this on your phone, GB. I would have figured you'd be sitting at your computer. That's cool, Bravo. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that. I bought 6 rolls of filament just for that, so I haven't pulled the trigger on it yet. Well, that doesn't sound bad. 4 pounds is good. Yeah, I actually bought. You know, I just wanted to try it out. I actually bought glow in the dark filament. I figured I'd charge the plane up with a bright light and then fly it, a night flight, and see how it looks. You know, green, glowing in the dark green, while it's flying around. And then, of course, if it doesn't work out, I can always just paint. You know, paint over it. But I bought the glow in the dark filament just for that. I wanted to see how it would look in the night, in the dark. Probably put some lights on it too, so it would glow in the dark and have lights. I think that would look pretty cool. Not John Denver. What do you got against John Denver? If you haven't seen the movie Oh God, you have to watch that movie. That's one of the best movies ever. That's a freaking hilarious movie. Oh, cool. All right, we'll see you in November. That's good to know, Bravo. Is that a flashlight on the shelf behind me? What are you looking at? Left side, right side. Yes, with George Burns. Great movie. Keep the flashlight under the table. Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. A fleshlight. No, I don't think there's a fleshlight on the shelf behind me. Oh my god. Last week when I came out here, I was going to come out here with a glow-in-the-dark condom on a broomstick handle. You know, because I got hit by lightning. I thought you guys... I decided against that. Oh, you are back, Christy. I was just going to ask if you were still here. Yeah, you've missed all the fun. Let me tell you. I know you. I don't even need to tell you what's been going on because you know. No, Dave, I really don't think I need to, but thanks anyway. Yeah, they do make glow-in-the-dark condoms. They do, yeah. Yeah, only R-rated? Yeah, only. Oh. Yeah, Christy, it's stooped that low. Honest to God, we've stooped all the way down to glow in the dark dicks. Yep. What can I tell you? You know, I have no control over my show. Yeah, Mickey, there you are. Welcome back to the show. Did you miss us? What happened? No, it's still here. That was weird. Where do babies come from? I don't know, Colin. Where do babies come from? Can't wait to hear this one. Oh my God. Mini soda. Yeah, there you go. Uh-oh. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a good one. I want some puppies. Oh. He just vomited a little. Oh my God. Oh God. You guys are killing me. Dana, I think you need an anatomy lesson. Two men together don't make babies. Oh, God. Asshole babies? You're not going to go out and kill yourself now, Mickey, are you? Holy crap. Oh, God. Whichever one has the butt plug in it. Oh, my God. Okay, so I have a confession to make, and I know I'm going to get all kinds of crap for this, but I'll throw it out there anyway. I've never watched The Office. Just not my kind of show. Sorry. Yeah, it was. Okay. I watched. I don't know, a half an episode, and it was too stupid funny for me. You know, I guess you probably have to be drunk to enjoy it. And I'm guessing you guys all watch the show while drinking. Um, Thank you, Roy. I'm glad somebody's on my side. Thank you, Reitza. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. It's on too late for you to drink and stay awake. Oh, well, yeah, that probably could happen too. Yeah, I know that's a phrase from the show. Have you seen my stapler? No. Yeah, honestly, I've never really watched it. I saw half an episode once and I turned it off. You know, it's like everybody said that Breaking Bad was the greatest thing ever, and I watched the whole first season, and it was the stupidest fucking thing I'd ever seen in my life. These two guys couldn't find their way out of a paper bag with both hands. I mean, these guys were idiots, and I couldn't get into it. You know, my buddy told me you got to watch more than the first episode. You know, you got to give it a chance. And I'm like, okay, if the first episode sucked, why would you want to even see the second one? But I went through the whole first season. I watched it, and I was like, that's it. I can't watch this anymore. So, yeah, there's some of the stuff that people think are funny are just not up my alley, that's all. So, The Office was one of them. And Breaking Bad was another one. I just didn't think either one of those were good. Oh, so you had to go through two full seasons of crap before you could watch season 3 and enjoy it. Why would you keep watching it? There's so many other things to watch. It's not like you're stuck with, it's either Breaking Bad or I gotta go do a crossword puzzle. I mean, there's so much crap to watch. Why would you keep watching something bad for 2 full seasons before it got good? I don't get it. So, yeah, I couldn't tolerate another season of it. The first season was enough. No, I wasn't expecting it to be a comedy. I just wasn't expecting it to be two assholes that were too stupid to find their way out of the desert. You know, I mean, it was just ridiculous. Hey, Ronnie's here. What's up? Yeah, I know it wasn't a comedy. It was it wasn't even a stupid comedy. It was just stupid. Period. T3, are you asking me whose plane this is? Is that what you meant to say? Or are you still talking about Breaking Bad or one of the other stupid things we're talking about? that's what make the show work later on. Okay, all right. Yeah, exactly, Michael. I would much rather watch L.A. Law reruns than Breaking Bad. Joseph, have a good night, my friend. Talk to you later. Think of the show as character development. For what? This is the Arrows MiG-29. It's been around for a while. I think I did a show on this when I first got it, which was many, many months ago. I maidened it with a 4500 pack, which was way too heavy for it. It flew okay, but it landed a little hard. And, it came in good. It flared nice, but the extra weight on the nose made the nose gear collapse all the way down to here on the grass. And I had the pitot tube on the nose, and the pitot tube hit the grass and stuck in the grass, and then it snapped the nose off. So the second flight was with, I borrowed I think it was a 3600 pack. And I flew up the second flight with that pack, and that was definitely better. It handled that weight a little better, and it landed a little better. It didn't collapse the nose gear on the landing like it did the first time. And then the plane's just been sitting for a while. Where the hell did I have this thing? I'm trying to remember where in the house I had it. I had it somewhere. So I ordered 2 battery packs for it. 3300s. 50 or 60C. 3300 60C batteries. And I fixed the nose. And you can see in the picture there's a little bit of putty on the nose still. It broke the plastic nose off. The pitot tube just snapped right off. So the threads of the pitot tube are still in it. And then the plastic nose cone that the pitot tube is screwed into snapped off the foam. So all I had was the foam, bare foam in the front. So I glued that back together. I did a little hot water, got it all back together, put it back together. It's perfect. It looks perfect. I just have to touch up the paint. It'll be fine. So the 3300 batteries came in. I went and flew it again with the 3300s. And then I went back online and watched everybody's review of the plane because I wanted to see if anybody else was getting longer flight times. My big problem, the plane looks great. I love the plane. It's beautiful. It's well made. It's good quality. I don't like the 3.5 minute flight time. And I couldn't get any more out of it than 3.5 minutes, and neither did anybody else. When I watched everybody else's review of the plane, everybody was getting 3.5 minutes. And they're thrilled with that. And that's just not my kind of plane. I don't want a 3.5 minute jet. So it's not my favorite jet by any means. I like it. It's cool. It's pretty. It's well made. I love the lights. But I don't think I'm going to keep it. I'm either going to sell it or I'm just going to hang it up. I don't think I'll fly it. I'm just not into the 3.5 minute flight. I like a jet that flies much longer than that. Not for me, Dave. My EDFs go, at least 6 minutes, 6 to 12 minutes on my EDFs. I used to fly the Avanti for 12 minutes. So yeah, it's 3 minutes doesn't work for me. I don't have anything that flies under 5 minutes. Everything I have flies at least 5 minutes, and I can stretch some of the planes out even longer than that. The Havoc's another one you can stretch out. I get 10 minutes on the Havoc, no problem. Yep. T3, you're exactly right. You hit the nail on the head. You know, fuck a $700 airplane for 3.5 minutes. Yep, not my deal. So I had no interest in that MiG when it came out, especially when it takes 2 batteries, you know, for 3.5 minutes. Not my deal at all. I don't know, Michael. Is this sex therapy live stream? I didn't notice. That's not what it says in the title. Yeah, turbines would be great if I could afford that, but they're way out of my price range. I figure a few more years, they'll come way down in price. Bravo, I wouldn't go as much to say that a good print job is as good as a foamy, because the foamies bounce, but I would say it's as good as a balsa plane. You know, balsa planes, when they crash, they break into pieces, and I expect the same out of a print plane. You know, foamy planes, a lot of times they just bounce. You know, the foam gets deformed, and you just have to fix it with some hot water. You know, there's a lot more give to a foam plane. But I think a printed plane is every bit as good as a balsa plane. So, yeah, I don't really have any qualms about a printed plane. I definitely want to do it. That's what I bought the printer for. So, I just haven't pulled the trigger on that yet. I got playing with it for a while there, making some stuff, and then I got off of it. You know, but doing other things. And but I'll get back to it. Well, I've only had one explode on impact, you know, and the T-33 definitely exploded. But that was a completely out of control, straight in, under power. So, all my other crashes, well, okay, the one that, oh, there's a big-ass cockroach right here. Holy shit. Anybody got a saddle I can borrow? I can ride this son of a bitch. Wow. I missed him. Try to grab him by his antenna. The Avanti that I lost control of at the event that hit the car, same thing. Yeah, that one exploded. But all my other crashes have never been that bad. They've just, you know, broke the nose. Like yours, Dave, where you broke the nose off and just had to repair it. You know, those are the kind of crashes I've had. Most of mine have just been minor damage, easy repair work. I wouldn't even call them crashes as much as maybe a hard landing. Um, yeah, I'm going to look that up, Bravo. I'm going to go see if I can find that episode where they fly in that 15. You know, like I said, I saw them flying they did a P-38 that was a 3D printed, but I haven't seen the MIG one, so I have to look that up. No, that's it's not Aurora, Mike. It's Aura. You got way too many letters in that, and a second. What do you got? And a second R. We had this discussion before. uh, oh, I get it. All right, Nate. Thanks. uh, yeah, Keith. Really looking. I'm really looking at the Corsair V3 for sure. Definitely. That's the only 1700 FMS mix I don't have, and I'm definitely looking at it. I can't wait till it actually gets here. What was Dave calling it on Friday, Mike? No, Dave, I don't think that's true. I think it can be programmed for it. It won't come that way, but I'm pretty sure it can do it. Are we playing a drinking game now, Mike? Every time you call it an Aurora 8, everybody takes a drink. Is that what's gonna happen now? Yeah, I can't. I can't open that link. It won't work. I don't know why I can't open links on here, but it won't. But I'll find it. But thank you. Um, yeah, you can't. GB's game for a drinking game for sure. Yep, man, I got real Flght 9.5. It came Monday. It's cool. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Lots of new flying sights, different than before. Um, I took my Havoc and flew 2 3/4 laps around the long course. You know, the big barrels long course. I got 2 and 3/4 laps around it with the Havoc. You can't fly wide open. You can't make one lap wide open. You run out of battery. But if you fly it like I do, like I was just saying, I can get longevity out of a jet. In real flight, I made it around that course almost 3 laps by flying it, cruising and throttle management. So if you fly it wide open, you can't even make one lap. You'll run out of battery. But I got almost 3 laps by flying it, throttling it, throttle management, gliding when I could, and yeah. So yeah, it's fun. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Been trying a bunch of different stuff. I went to the quadcopter course and started racing on the race course there. That was pretty cool. That's actually pretty accurate. If you haven't flown a quadcopter, a racing quad, go to the quadcopter course and that's pretty much how it is. That was more realistic than anything else in real flight. That was pretty realistic. All right, T3, we'll see you, man. Have a good night. Well, I couldn't tell you. There's guys here like maybe Dave, I think, has both. I don't know. I don't have anything. This is the only one I've ever bought. So, and I only bought it because Air Marshal does a fly-in on the first of the month every month, and I want to fly with everybody. So I bought it for that. Yeah, Dana, you're right for sure. Yeah, Dave definitely likes LX planes better than E-Flight planes. uh, have you flown your drone much, Dave? How are you doing with it? It's geek hour. Oh no, I don't think it's going to turn into geek hour. That's interesting, Matt, because nobody's talked about the E-Flight or the LX F-18. Everybody's talked about the free wing one and the E-Flight one, but nobody's talked about the LX F-18. So that's interesting. Well, that's cool. So you picked that up pretty good. You're flying it pretty good. Well, that could be Bravo. So, do you have some first-hand experience with an LX F-18, Dave? Somebody at your field have one, or what's the story there? Yeah, GB, you've made it very clear you're not a builder. You're a flyer. You don't want to do anything building. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of guys that don't like building. You know. Oh, I got you, Matt. Doesn't FMS have a Super Hornet? Yeah, I haven't seen an LX F-18. I haven't even looked at it. What? When you say it's a bit of a mess, what particular are we talking about? Yeah, I thought somebody made a Super Hornet in a I thought it was FMS. Yeah, so the other ones are 80s though, right? It's a and it's a single 80 or a single 70. It's not twins, right? It's a 70 millimeter single fan. Thanks, Dana. Yeah, Ronnie, there are foamies that you have to build. I mean, there's a lot of work in some of those. If you buy a Dynam plane, there's a lot of work to be done. A lot of gluing, a lot of modeling. They don't just screw together with 8 screws and you're ready to go fly it. That's not how they do it. And LX models are the same way. They're not intended to be that way, but that's what they turn out to be because they just don't they don't the execution of the plane is just not that great. So you do have to do some modeling on those as well. But the Dynam planes are designed that way. But they're cheaper. You save money, and you have to spend some time doing a little modeling. Like glue the wing halves together. You get, especially on this one, the PT-17. The top wing was pretty. Well, to do it the way I did it was a little bit labor intensive because I didn't like the way they were doing it. It wasn't going to come out straight. Um, Easy correction at the factory to fix it, but that's not the way mine came, so I had to do some modeling. Um, See, LX planes don't have to be shit. You just have to, you know. My P40 is beautiful. I love my LX P40. Um, the My LX 810 is awesome now, but it didn't come that way. I had to do a lot of work to it to make it nice, but it's nice. It flies great. I had to completely change the landing gear in it. There was a lot of modeling to do on that plane to make it nice, but boy, it's flies super now. Um, and I have the YF-23 now. I haven't even started working on that yet. That's after the garage. I don't have time for that right now. Twin 70s, nice. thanks, Reitza. Thanks. We finally got back on airplanes, and right away you're back to wanting the butt plugs, hookers, and Bangkok. Yeah, great. Thanks, buddy. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, Spencer. Well, that's probably true, but um, yeah. First of all, you're better off buying the kit form, and that way you don't get the shit electronics that they put in it. You get your own, so you save money that way. And then um, sometimes you have to do some modeling on them to make them a better airplane. My A10 was it had the worst landing gear I've ever seen in my life, and it was crap. So yeah, right off the bat, I had to spend $188 to buy FMS landing gear and then make it fit the airplane, and that was a lot of modeling. But in the long run, it worked out because it flies better than the FMS plane. It's lighter. The wing loading's lighter. It's got more detail than the FMS plane. It doesn't sound as good as the FMS plane, but it definitely flies better. And now with that landing gear in it, it's just a better airplane. But you have to work really hard at it, and you have to spend a lot of money, which I don't think is worth it. So I would buy the FMS plane. If you get a good deal. Look, if you come across an LX810 at a swap meet cheap, buy it. And then I'll show you how to put the FMS landing gear in it, and then you'll have an awesome airplane. So, but I wouldn't pay full price for it and then have to buy all the landing gear. That's way too much money. It's not worth it. Just buy the FMS one. But they make a very detailed model. A lot more detail on it than the FMS plane. And well, GB, that's. Listen, I'm going to tell you that all the LX planes are good because they're not. Some of them are really crap, but some of them are pretty good. The B-25 is awesome. That's a beautiful airplane. My P-40 is awesome. That's a beautiful airplane. Their jets, not so much. LX doesn't make. Well, that's actually that brings up a good point. Bravo, what landing gear do you have in your MiG-29? Right, that's what you're talking about. Your LX. It's a MiG-29. What landing gear have you got in it? Because everything I've seen in their jets from LX the landing gear's crap. So I'm just wondering if you put some better landing gear in it. Well, 20 years ago, we didn't have foam airplanes right off the bat. So, yeah, for sure, that's better. Man, this freaking cockroach is huge. That's a really big son of a bitch. Ah, damn it. Shit. Well, that wouldn't have worked anyway. Just going to try to stab him with a knife. I missed. No, he's not bigger than me, but he's a big boy. Taller, maybe. Yeah, I did one on my P40 when I did it. There's a video out there. There's a couple videos. There's a build video. There's a couple flight videos. It's America. Yeah, I gotta tell you guys, my P40 I love. that LX makes. That there's nothing about that plane I don't like. The landing gear's beautiful in it. They got real oleo, suspension. It's scale. It flies scale. It's awesome looking. It's just a beautiful airplane, and it flies great. And I only had to do a little bit of work on that one. It really came out of the box pretty well. Uh, the way the way you'd want it. It wasn't bad at all. Now the B2 Spirit. Again, the landing gear was crap. Other than that, that's a good plane too. Although I haven't flown it, but the kit was good. It went together well. Kenny just remixed himself there. I remixed myself? What's going on here? All right, guys, I'm going to take a pee break. I'm going to have Jeff keep an eye on you while I'm gone. Be right back. back. Can't wait to see what I missed. Ugh. Asian strippers. Oh man, I missed that. It's an inside joke, Dave. I scrolled back, so I'm catching up with all the chat here. Yeah, the aura. I guess, everybody's got a drinking game whenever somebody calls it an Aurora. I just prefer their breathing. After that, it's not a big deal. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going to Australia for sure. That's definitely on my go-to list. Is Mickey still in here or did he leave? Good morning, John. How are you today? I'm not sure what you walked into. We'll have to see where this goes. If we're going to get back on airplanes or back on hookers. Yeah, it's been one of those nights. A lot of off-topic discussions tonight. So I have a question, Air Marshal. What, when you do your next fly-in, and I guess we're still going to do the lowest knife edge pass, what field are you going to fly off of? What have you decided what you're going to use for the flying field? Because they're different this year than last. Not huge differences, but I've noticed some differences. So I was just wondering what flying site you're thinking of. Did you check video of Bucky? No! God, I didn't. I'm sorry. Crap. I forgot all about that. Damn it. Did you send that video to my phone? So, picture field. Which field is that? Yeah, I get it. That's why I'm asking. I totally understand. That's why I'm asking which one you're gonna. I don't know which one's picture field. Which one is that? Yeah, me too, Dana. I agree. And hookers. Okay. All right. Are they in a separate folder? Those fields? Oh crap! We left it. Damn it. Well, good morning, Robert. What's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, it's actually an optical illusion, Robert. The plane's a lot smaller than it looks on my table. It is a nice size, though. You're still working on the 190. Well, that's all right. There's no time restraints on that. When you get it done, you get it done. Mm. Damn. No, it's still plugged in the door. Let me pull it out there. That worked. Damn, that sucker's glued in there. Shit. Just doing a little modeling while we're talking. Or I should say, demodeling. I needed a servo. I just ripped it out of the Avanti. What in the God's earth did they used to put that in with? Yeah, good for you, Robert. I don't blame you. Same here. I'm a bad influence on you. Why? Because you bought the EC 1500? Yeah, right. So I couldn't have said it better myself. who were I texting? I wasn't texting anybody. I'm tearing a servo out of an airplane. I need a flap servo for my Mickey. You're back. We were talking about Australian women. Yeah, I need a flap servo for my new Viper, and I'm gonna see if this one will work. Maybe. We'll see. Roy was a bad influence too. What did we do? Talk to us, man. What did we do? Should we be proud of ourselves or mad at ourselves? What did we do? I couldn't have been that bad of an influence or a good influence, whatever you want to call it, because I'm sure I didn't get you to stop drinking. So anything short of that is probably not really a triumph. You bought the EC 1500. There you go. So did you go watch my video? So, GB, I love that plane so much. Eric, Shadow Ops, he got a hold of me a few days ago, and asked me about the plane. And I told him the same thing I told you, to get it. And he says, yeah, I really want to get it, but he says, I don't have any money right now. I said, well, you won the money on Dave's RC. He goes, yeah, but I won't get that money till next month, and the sale will be gone. And I said, well, don't you have PayPal credit? And he says, yeah, but I don't like to buy anything on credit. And I said, okay, well, you have the money coming next month. You know that. So you're really just deferring the payment for 30 days. It's not really buying it on credit. You're just going to get it now while it's on sale, and then when Dave gives you the money next month, you're going to pay it off. So that's not really buying it on credit. That's just deferring a payment. So he didn't want to do that. So I said, well, I'll tell you what. I'll lend you the money so you can get it now, and then you can pay me back next month when you get the money from Dave. So he was okay with that. Now, I don't know what the difference is if he's borrowing the money from me or buying it from PayPal credit, borrowing it from PayPal credit. But, so I lent him the money so he could buy the plane. That's how strongly I feel about the airplane. So, thank you. Thank you, GB. Yeah, Shadow's a good guy, man. I really wanted him to have that airplane because I really like the plane. So I lent him the money so he could get it on sale, and he already sent me a picture of it. It came, I think yesterday or day before yesterday. And right, payday loan, yeah, exactly. And he's got it on his table. He's putting it together, and he's pretty excited. So, and I'm excited for him. Same as you. It's a great airplane. You just aren't going to believe how much power it has, how it climbs to the stars, and just how much fun it is to fly around. It's just a really good plane. You know? At first I didn't want it. After I flew it, I definitely wanted it. So, and then they had it on sale, you know. Free battery pack with purchase, so I did that. So I got about $85 off the price of the plane, but right now it's $100 off, and that's a good deal. So yeah, it's a good, definitely a good buy. Yeah, pretty much is the same thing, Mickey, but that's what it took to get him to buy it, so you know. You know, I just wanted him to get it. I wanted him to have the plane because I liked it that much. I wanted him to have it. And if that's what it took to get him to pull the trigger, then that's what I did. And he's a good guy. I'm not worried about it. I know he'll give me my money back. I'm not the least bit worried about it. So yeah, you'll be happy with it, GB. I'm almost certain of it. It's just a lot of fun to fly. A lot of flight time. I mean, you can stay up there forever. You know, on any size battery you want to fly it on. Just basically, just decide. Don't worry about the weight because it doesn't matter. It doesn't care about the weight. Just decide what battery you put in it is. How long do you want to fly it? You know, 10 minutes or an hour. You know, and just the battery accordingly. You know, you want a short flight? Don't put a big battery in it. You know, you don't need it. If you want a long flight, put a big one in it. It can handle it, no problem. Sure, Bravo. You know, you want a loan? Is that what we're talking about here? You know, hey, I got simple interest loans, man. You know, well, how much you need for that thing? We can work something out. I haven't put a 2200 in it because I want to fly it longer than that. It's just too much fun to fly. You know, a 2200 would probably fly it for, you know, probably 5 to 7 minutes with a 2200, I would say, without any problem. But I only have one 2200 4-cell. But I have a boatload of bigger ones. 3600s, 4500s, 5000, I think. 5300. What else I got in 4 cells? Yeah, so I have a multitude of batteries that are bigger than 2200. So I fly it on any and all of those. Yeah, it'll fly beautiful on a 3300. You know, no problem at all. And that's easy 10 minutes. You can fly that for 10 minutes easy on that. So, yeah. Right, son. Repeat customers. There you go. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. A line of Coke, huh? Well, it's just... I just don't have the top button unbuttoned. Thank you, GB. I love this hobby. That's why I started this show. I love this hobby, and I love all the people in it. You know, it's just the greatest people on earth I've ever met have been in the RC community. So, yeah, I just love the show, love the hobby, love the people I meet, and you know, I just wanted him to. I didn't want him to miss out on a. Hey, it's on sale. You know how I am with sales. You know, I can't say no to sales. That's why I bought a second one. Yeah, it was on sale. I couldn't stand not getting it. And I didn't want it to go up in price when they put smart stuff in it. You know, because I'm not going to use it anyway, so I decided to get it while it was good and at a good price. And there's nothing wrong with my first one, but now I have a backup one in case something ever happens to the first one. Oh, you've got plenty of love from me, Reitza. You want a damn airplane on my show. How much more love can you get? How is that plane, by the way? I forgot what you ordered. Was it the P-47? Is that what you were getting? Well, I sent him. That's what I'm asking him now. I didn't send him a plane. I sent him the money to buy a plane. He won $400 on my show, and I think he was buying a P-47 with it. I think. Yeah, the Hangar 9 P-47. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah. So how many flights you got on the Valiant now? About 6, yeah. You still loving it? Bravo, is that like a giant balsa plane, your SR-71? Did you put that up? Were you the one to put pictures of that up, or are you buying the LX one? Well, that's cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. I remember seeing the pictures. Yeah, that's a big baby there. Holy crap. That thing's huge. Victor! What's up? Look at you! Bouncing in here this late. You missed all the Asian women talk tonight, man. We were just talking up a storm about Asian women and women in general, and a lot of women talk tonight. You missed all of it. Air Marshal passed out. He probably went on a smoke break. He'll probably be back. He's probably going to have a cigarette or two. Yeah, thank God it wasn't a lot. We had a little bit of guy talk. Not a lot. Thank God. That was over pretty quick. Ugh. Yeah, you said that, Bravo. He did. He said he vomited a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you there. So here's a little modeling talk for you. Here, let me pull this off. The magnet on that thing's pretty good. So this broke off back here. The plastic end's right here at the line. Okay, you see that nice hard line? That's what the plastic nose cone ends, right there. Right on that hard line, right there. And then right there where the color changes from the red to pink. So what I did, you know, when it lawn darted the note on the landing and the pitot tube stuck in the ground, that's where it snapped off at. So this got a little wrinkled under here on the bottom here. So I hot watered it and got it all pulled back out 90%. It was pretty good. And then I used some 30-minute epoxy and some Gorilla Glue. Now the top part fit together perfect. There wasn't any compression here. But there was some compression down here. I had to fill a gap. So I used the epoxy up here. I think it was 5-minute. It might have been 30-minute. I can't remember. Maybe it was the 30-minute. So I used the 30-minute epoxy up here in the top half and the Gorilla Glue on the bottom half. And I mixed the Gorilla Glue with water so it would expand quite a bit. So that filled the gap down here. And at the same time, it pushed the bottom out so that I got the exact, you know, straight. The line's perfectly straight. You know, so it's exactly in line the way it was. And then I just took a razor knife and I trimmed off all the excess, after it dried, all the excess Gorilla Glue. And then I sanded it. And then I put some wall spackle filler in it and sanded it. And of course, you know, while you're sanding the red paint, you know, it mixes and turns this pink. And I need one more coat. There's a couple of little pock marks that I just need to fill in with one more coat of the spackle and then paint it. But it fixed it perfect. The shape is right on. It's dead straight. It's perfect. So that's how I fixed that. It came out perfect. I mean, you know, as soon as I get done my last coat of the spackle, sand, and paint, it'll be undetectable that it was ever crashed. Or, well, technically it wasn't a crash. It was a lawn dart landing. The nose cone. When this compressed all the way down like this, okay, on landing, because I had a big heavy battery in it. So it went all the way down like that. And when it did that, the nose is pointed down so far, and the pitot tube is pretty long. The pitot tube caught the grass, and it just stuck it right in the dirt. You know, the pitot tube, and that's what snapped the plastic nose off the foam. the plane never stopped. The plane kept rolling, and we didn't even really notice it. You know, I think Tim was there when I made this. Tim Times, flying times. So we went out to get the airplane. I taxied it back, and we're looking at it, and I'm like, holy crap, the nose cones broke off. We didn't even see it happen. And he thought it happened on takeoff. I said, no, it didn't happen on takeoff. It had to be on landing. So we went over where I touched down at, and there it was. We found the nose, the little plastic nose piece. So, and couldn't find the pitot tube. It snapped off immediately. And it's in the dirt. There's no way I'm gonna find that. Yeah. So we just laughed because we didn't even notice it happened. But I was pretty certain if it happened on landing because I saw how much the nose dipped because I had too big a battery in it. So, but yeah, that was kind of funny. But it's fine, It went right back together. Pillow tube? No, I didn't call the FAA. I didn't want to bother them with my trivial little, nose scrape. So, no, didn't call the FAA. Yeah, Bravo. It's fine with the right battery in it. Right now there's a 3300 in it, not the 4500. The 4500 is just too big. See, it snaps right back up with the 3300 in it. It's actually popping it off the ground. There's so much rebound on that. So yeah, it lands fine with the 3300. It's perfect. So you don't need to make that mod. And honestly, they did that mod to get the angle of attack for takeoff, not so much for landing. I did it just the opposite. I cut the springs on the mains, so the back of the plane squatted down to get the angle of attack. Instead of increasing the length of the nose wheel, I squatted the mains. I cut about 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch of spring on each side so that the plane would sit down, and it still has suspension. It just isn't sitting quite as high as it was before. I don't think you got to push it pretty hard to bottom it out still. So it'd be a pretty hard landing. It'd be a carrier landing to bottom these springs out. But now they're just they're laying down on the suspension. Which squatted the back of the jet, which makes it perfect now. It takes off beautiful. I could do a nice, beautiful, gradual climb out instead of the plan it on the runway until it goes vertical because it won't come off the ground. You got to, before on both Rich's video and Ryan's, before Ryan did that mod to his to stiffen it up with I think he put some fuel tubing in there. It was glued to the runway until they just yanked it all the way off, and then it was going vertical. So you couldn't get that nice graceful takeoff. But after he did the mod, it worked. And I didn't really want to stiffen my nose wheel. I like the way the front of this floats, when it's going down the runway, and you can watch the suspension working. And so I squatted the back, and that worked perfect. It's no problem at all. The plane works fine now, and I like the way it lands. Lands good. It's that worked out really well. So I'm happy with those results. I'm just looking at how easy it would be to make these wings bigger. I just might do it on my own. I'm really thinking about it. Be a pretty easy thing to do. I got plenty of foam here to use. It would be interesting. I have to give that some thought. Getting around this light might be a problem. Although, it doesn't have to be in the end of the wing. It's not in my P40. So, we could leave it in the middle of the wing and let it shine out top and bottom. And extend the wing around it. I don't know. We'll give it some thought. Alright guys, you guys getting tired? I'm not talking much out there. What's going on? Looks like there's 3 of us chatting. There's 14 in the room. Some bug just dive bombed me. I don't know what it was. Mickey's lurking. Damn elections. Are you having elections over there too? Time to order beers, methinks. Methinks you might be right. I think it's beer 30, isn't it? How many states are... I don't know a damn thing about Australia, so... how many states are there in Australia? 1 or 24? Wow, that's a pretty big... 8 states and territories. Okay. Yeah, it's 2:30 here in Florida. 2:30 Friday morning. So, I'm watching my screen, but my screen's way behind. Not that I'm lagging that far behind. What happens is that I keep getting the scrolly wheel, and when it does that, the video doesn't progress. So every time it does that, I get a little bit farther behind. And so right now I'm, I don't know, maybe a minute or two behind. I keep trying to catch it back up, but it keeps falling behind. I get tired of it. So I'm just watching. Um, the chocolate bars. Chocolate bars? Milky Ways? Yeah? Is that how you guys stay awake? Eat chocolate bars? I can tell you which ones kept me awake. The Reese's Sticks. You know, on my long drive home from Disney, I used to start getting sleepy. So I stopped at a convenience store, usually a Circle K, and I'd buy the Reese's Sticks and eat them on the way home. That kept, they gave me just enough caffeine, protein with the peanut butter. I'm not sure exactly what all the mix was, but that seemed to work really well. That woke me right back up. Didn't last very long, you know. Each stick would give me maybe 10 minutes, and it would start wearing off, and then I'd eat another one. So it usually got me within 30 minutes of my house, and I'd start getting sleepy again. But I was on the home stretch, so I just had to tough it out. 11:30 there, bedtime soon. Yeah, Victor, understand. Yep, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Yeah, no, I think the Kit Kats are good too. I like Kit Kats. Don't get me wrong, but the Reese's Sticks are my favorite. Boy, when they came out with those, wow, I really like those. That's my favorite candy bar now. Used to be Kit Kat. That was my favorite for a long time. But I really like the new Reese's Sticks. It's kind of a Kit Kat with peanut butter in it. And really good. I really like those. Yeah, I painted my rudder yellow on my Dynam one. It shows it yellow on the box, but it didn't come out of the box yellow. Now, I asked Dave Marshall if the one he got came with a yellow rudder, and he said it did. So they fixed that. So I had two big complaints right off the bat with that plane. First of all, it didn't come with a yellow rudder, and it shows a yellow rudder. And it didn't come with the swastika for the tail. Now, one of the brands, and I don't know which one, probably the Fly Zone, I'm guessing. They have a 109, I'm sorry, a 190 also. And they didn't put the swastika on the plane out of the box, but they gave it to you on the card, and you could put it on if you wanted it on. So if you were offended by the swastika, you didn't have to put it on the plane. If you wanted the scaleness of it, then you could put it on the plane. It was your option. But Dynam didn't do that. They didn't give you the option. They just don't give you the swastika. But they show it on the box. So I was kind of perturbed about that. You know. And then the fact that I had to paint my rudder yellow because it didn't come yellow. And, you know, it's yellow. It's yellow on the box. Yeah, we have a candy bar here called a Mounds bar, and it's coconut. And then we have an Almond Joy, which is almonds. So, yeah, basically it's the same thing. Yeah, the Almond Joy has almonds, and the Mounds, which I guess you guys call it. I lost my place here. Where was it? You said what it was. A Bounty. Yeah, I don't think we have a candy bar over here called a Bounty. Do we, Mike? I don't know. I don't remember one. But Almond Joy and Mounds were the ones that we had. One's got coconut, one's got almonds. Yeah. You know, the only Bounty we know is it's a paper towel. I don't think we have a candy bar called a Bounty. Not one that I'm aware of. Vegemite? Really? Okay, so my new aircraft, I'm just backing up a little bit. I was looking for John's text message. So, and I was just going to ask, John, send me the Bucky link again. I want to watch that when I go in. Please? So I have a couple of planes I want. I want the RV8 from Flex Innovations. That's on my list right now. Yeah, no, I'm not sleeping. I was trying to find John's text message. And I also want the new Corsair, the FMS Corsair. You know, the version 3. It's got the orange stripe on it, like the Arrows Bearcat. I really like that. So those are two planes that are on my list right now that I want. I may... There's two FMS planes I'm interested in, but I'm kind of mad at FMS right now. The F7F Tiger Cat and the BAE Hawk. Both those planes I want. So those are the four that are on my immediate hit list. Now there's a couple more planes I still want, like the I want the Air Tractor. So I'm just waiting to see how the unemployment and how my unemployment's going to work out, or if I can get a job. And I guess unless something else goes on sale before I get the garage finished, I'm concentrating on the garage right now. You're going to do what? I am going to spray a fuck worth of fiberglass chopping gun and knock 4 Outrunner motors on it. What the hell plane are we talking about? Oh, that's funny. Now, yeah, I could just imagine if I had an airsoft gun over here and it gave you guys a code to fire it, what would happen? That's funny. Now, not sleeping, guys. Trust me. Not even tired. Budweiser's disappointing. Okay. All right. No, I was looking at my phone. I was looking for a John Hill's text. I thought he text messaged me the link to his Bucky video, and I think he must have Facebooked it to me. So I was looking on my phone to see if it was there, and it wasn't there. ARFS internet. I don't know what that is, Mickey. What's ARFS internet? Oh, is that the Ohio Model Products? Is that what you're talking about, Matt? They're making an Edge? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Rafael from FMS. You know, they let the videos get out, but they haven't said anything about it. Nobody's done a release on it. I imagine Ryan's going to be posting something up pretty quick here. You know, as soon as Horizon gets word that they're getting them, Ryan will get a link on it, and then we'll be doing an unveiling. So, looking forward to that. I'm very interested in that plane. Well, I'm kind of interested. I'm kind of jetted out. I really don't want any more jets. Spin the wheel for control. I don't trust any of you guys. It wouldn't matter who it landed on. You guys would be popping me with that thing all night. Who are you kidding? Oh, that's funny. T3, are you talking to me about the quad from Banggood? Yeah, I got it. It doesn't work. I got a dud. So I filed a complaint with PayPal, and per usual with Banggood, I'm not going to get it. I don't know what they've got going on, but they want me to mail it back. So I don't know if you guys know this or not, but you cannot mail a camera to China. You can buy a camera out of China, but you can't personally mail a camera to China. So if I try to mail this thing back, it's going to be stopped at customs, and they're going to send it back to me. And it's going to cost way more than the thing's worth to send back. And apparently they want me to pay the shipping and handling on it. Because Banggood will only cover $29. Anything over $29, I can't ship it to China for $29. So I've decided to keep it, and I'm going to... For me, it's worth it for the gimbal. You know, I can put the gimbal on anything, and the gimbal works perfect. So I'll just keep it. I'm going to open it up and see if I can fix it. I have a suspicion I know what's wrong with it. I think it's going to be an easy fix. And if that's the case, then I'll be fine. So I'm going to see if I can fix it. And, but yeah, I got it. And I love the gimbal. The gimbal works beautiful. The thing won't power up. And it keeps beeping. So when you turn it on, it's not getting an on. So I think there's something wrong with, probably a wire came unsoldered from the on-off switch that sends power to the drone to turn it on. That's my guess. It's turning there must be like two contacts, and it's turning on, the switch turns the camera on and the gimbal on, but it doesn't turn the drone on. So I'm going to open it up and see if it's just a wire off the switch. Like there was two wires coming off the switch and one of them came off. And so I'm going to try that and see if I can fix it. Yeah, exactly. So now, this is where it comes. What I don't like. Banggood could send a call ticket for it, okay, and then it would go back to them because it's their product. They want it back. But if I'm mailing it and it's got my return address on it, which is how they want me to do it, it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to get to their customs, and it's not going to go through, and they're going to send it back. And so anyway, I'm going to fix it. I think I can fix it. I'm going to give it a shot. One of the guys at the field bought one similar to it, the old model that I bought, and his came similar. You know, there was just bad solder joints. He opened it up and resoldered everything, and it worked perfect after that. So that's what I'm going to try. I'm going to take it apart and see if I can resolder it all, and see if I can fix it. And if I can't, I don't know. I'll do something with it. I'll make it work. Hell, I can just put my own electronics in it. Use the motors and speed controls that came with it. Put my own control board in it. And do it that way. You know, I've got several control boards here. So I can just do it that way if I have to. And that's always an option as well. So, now my stuff won't have the auto level and the return to home and all that cool stuff. But I can buy that as well. I mean, I can just buy a flight controller that has all that built into it and fix it that way. So we'll see. I'll keep you posted. If I fix it, I'll let you know. You tried sending back egg rolls. Oh my God, right? So you're hilarious. Yeah, that stuff sucks. I bought a roll of that once. Man, a small roll, thank God. That stuff's horrible. You know, that's the worst solder I've ever dealt with. So, yeah, and you might be right. That's what was wrong with the one that Joe got, that he fixed himself, is all the solder, they were all cold solder joints. So my guess is that's probably what's wrong with it. And I can probably fix it. So Dana, which plane are we talking about? Are you talking about the one that's on sale at Horizon right now? That I have to, because I've got more than one airplane I have two of. So which one are you talking about? The one we were talking about tonight that's on sale right now? I think the sale ends today. Is today the 9th? I think today's the 9th, right? Yeah. So you had till midnight tonight, to the 9th, to order one if you want one. The sale ends today, tonight, midnight. So if there's a plane you want or something you want from Horizon, now's the time. Be very afraid. What the hell was that? Oh, there's Monster Roach right there. You see him on the box here? He must be a flyer. I think he flew up there. Oh, you can't see that box. Yeah, the camera's cutting that. I must have that camera zoomed in too far. Because there's two more boxes up above these that you can see and that you can't see. So Monster Roach is climbing on that box right now. So, is that Monster Roach over there now, or is there more than one of them out here tonight? It's really unusual. I mean, I have roaches, don't get me wrong, but they're never in here. Especially while I'm in here, you know. This guy's bold as shit, because, you know, he's crawling all around the plane right below me here, and on the box right behind me, and now he's on my big screen TV over there walking around. So, that guy's bold as shit. So either that's the same one and he's a flyer. Like I was telling you guys before, most of the roaches don't fly. I mean, they have the capability of flying, but they don't. They just run. They won't fly away when they're scared. They just run. You know, but every once in a while you get one that likes to fly. I think this is one of those. I think this guy likes flying. So, I'm guessing that's how he got way the hell over there. Solex. Oh, so okay, so that was, I loaned the money to Shadow Ops. And that's for the EC 1500. That's that cargo plane. It looks like a Coast Guard plane. It's orange and white. Looks like a Coast Guard twin engine cargo plane. Yeah, I loaned Eric Shadow Ops on here the money to buy that plane while it's on sale, and I bought a second one. It'll be here Monday to because it's just a good deal. It's a great flying airplane. It's a great deal. I have a great video of it flying. If you want to see the plane, go look up EC 1500. Just go to my channel and go to video, and then click the little magnifying glass, the search glass, and just do a search for EC 1500. And watch the video, because I fly the shit out of it in that video. So it's, you know, you can see what the plane's capable of. I fly the wheels off of it. So. Yeah, kind of. They fixed that immediately. They gave you mine came with the prop adapters and then 2 new and improved prop adapters. And I had a prop come off even with the new one. I had a prop come off. So yeah, just, you know, take some sandpaper, scuff up the shaft on the motor, and then RC Informer had some advice. I don't know if that would work or not, but I'm not afraid to try it. He said don't slide it all the way on until it hits the backing plate. Back it off the backing plate just a tiny bit. He seems to think that if it's up against the backing plate, it can't clamp down as hard. So, I don't know. It's worth a try. I'll try it. But the fuselage is in my living room. The wings are in the bedroom. Because the wings aren't on. It's too big to bring out here and put the wings on it. I could bring the fuselage out here. But it's just, I'm sure you've seen it. It's just a big orange and white cargo plane. Looks like Coast Guard. It's got the Coast Guard scheme on it. The nose is black. The cockpit windows are right above the nose, and then it's got an orange nose. Then it's mostly white. It's got orange stripes on the wing, and or on the wing tips, and then on the tail, and yeah. I haven't put anything in the plane to change the CG enough to matter. Okay, the plane flies fantastic. I've dropped some paratroopers out the back of it and stuff, and there's no noticeable CG change. Even if you load it up with a bunch of paratroop guys, I haven't noticed any CG change. If there is, it's negligible at best. So it's nothing to worry about. Oh, thanks a lot, Dana. You come to my show for a kick in the nuts. Is that how? Okay, all right. Oh my God. Okay, T3. I get it. Ha 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 ha. You guys are silly. Why are you asking, Dana? Are you interested in that plane? Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't spank right, so he'd like it too much. On this MIG, the CG's pretty I mean, the battery compartment limits where you can put the battery in, and the CG's fine. You know, I just push the battery all the way to the back. I wouldn't move it forward unless I was trying to... If I was running a 2200, I might push it forward, but we're only talking about an inch or two difference. There's not a lot of room, you know, forward back. But you could move it forward if you were flying something like a 2200. But anything bigger than that, I'd probably just put it all the way to the back, and I think you'll be fine. You know, see, you know, it never took more than a couple of clicks. Well, actually, I take that back. I had to give it a lot of up trim when I put the 4500 in it. You know, that battery was just too heavy. So I had to put a lot of up trim in it. But, yeah, anything else smaller than that, you know, the 3300, whatever, it's fine. You know, I was able to click it. I was halfway up the total up trim with the 4500 in it. When I put the 3300 in it, I got the trimmer all the way back almost to dead center where it started at. So yeah, it likes the 3300 size pack. That was a good pack for it. And the landing gear likes it. It's the weight's not on the gear hard, so it's not going to sit there plowing the nose. It's going to stay extended. Right now the battery's all the way forward, and that's not where I would fly it. I flew it all the way in the back. So moving it back will make the nose even lighter, which is, and it flew fine there. The trim was beautiful. It flew great there. No real issues. So yeah, the CG's not that critical on this plane. If you've got a battery in the battery bay, it's pretty much going to CG. You know, it's plus or minus. It's got a pretty wide envelope. It's very forgiving. So I would say, you know, the only time I'd even be worried at all is if I put a 2200 in it, which I would never fly this thing with that small a battery. You're talking a minute and a half flight time. You know, you're not going to enjoy that. So yeah, I would. But yeah, if I was running around a 2200, I'd push the battery all the way to the front, and anything else, I'd push it to the back. What the hell was that? That's strange. They are, but not, they work. They're much better than the F-22 struts. The F-22 struts are ridiculous. They don't work at all. You'd have to sit on the airplane to get those to compress. These don't compress, you know, it doesn't take that much to compress those. So as it's going down the runway and hitting bumps, the suspension's working. You know, it's you know, it's working on it. So it's sprung pretty. I'd say it's a little heavy on the spring, but not ridiculous at all. But I did cut, you know, about 1/4 to 3/8 of an inch off my springs to get the back of the plane to squat. I wanted the back of the plane to squat 1/4 of an inch to get that angle of attack right. So I cut my springs in the back a little bit. So it's not sitting on the, it's not topped out. You know, it's down some, and it's nowhere near bottomed out. There's a lot of down room for, you know, if you have a hard landing, there's enough spring there to take care of it. You know, you won't. By the time you bottom the spring out, it's absorbed enough energy to survive it. So you know, they're sprung enough to make that happen. So yeah, it's you know, you've got a couple of options on modding. RC, what's his name? RC Informer. He had an he added a little length in the nose wheel, and he cut the mains down. So he's probably got a total of a 1/2 inch differential now from what it came to what he's running. Didn't seem to need that much. You know, I was going to go that much at first, and then I thought, you know what, let's just cut the springs and then go fly it and see how it is. And it's fine. So all I needed to do was cut the springs. I didn't change anything else. I didn't stiffen the nose, didn't lengthen the nose. All I did, and I didn't shorten the rears as far as the length of the strut. All I did was cut the spring so it would sit down on the spring farther before the compression started to collapse. So I got an extra 1/4 of an inch of angle of attack, which seemed to be right on the money. It's fine now. You know, the plane used to sit trying to, if I can get these down all the way. Okay, so that's where the plane sat originally. You can see it's almost slightly nose down in that position. And now it's like that because the back squatted. And then there's still this much more to squat. So that worked out pretty good. I'm real happy with the way it is now. It took off and landed fine. So that seemed to work perfect. Well, it depends on the battery you put in and how soft the nose is. See, the nose right now is fully extended. So the battery pack that's in there is not, and it's forward, which is not where I'd fly it. Still, the nose gear is fully extended. So, but it is kind of soft. But it comes all the way back up. And with the battery in there the right way, back, that's going to be even a little stiffer because the weight will be shifted back about an inch or two from where it's sitting right now. So that seems to be the perfect, you know, the 3300 battery with the rear springs cut seems to be the perfect setup. Because it had no problem taking off. It went down the runway. The nose gear was floating a little bit, but it just, you know, when it went back to extended on one of the bounces, and after it reached airspeed and the nose gear extended, it just kind of like, just as it came all the way out, it just kind of kept going and took right off. Beautiful climb out. Just a nice, smooth, beautiful climb out. And I did that twice, and then both times it was perfect. So this setup seems to be perfect right now. That battery. So I haven't weighed the battery, but it's a U2. Let me look. I forget what brand it is. I mean, I know what it is. I just can't remember if it's Me2 or U2. Umi battery. It's a 3350C. Okay, and where I fly it is in this position. Let me get these wires out of the way. And I'll put it in this way. Okay, so that's, now the battery's in the way I would fly it. Okay, so let me put the canopy back on, and then I'll show you how much stiffness there is in it now compared to where it was a minute ago. Okay, so now it's really very, very light in the nose because I moved the battery all the way back, and that's where I flew it, and it flew perfect like that. So yeah, if you have an uphill runway, just take off uphill. That'll work. Oh yeah, this is way better foam than the LX foam, Dana. This is super, super, super hard, super compressed. I would say HSD made this airplane. That would be my guess. Their foam quality is the best I've ever seen, and that's what quality this is. So this is super stiff foam. I mean, like hard as a board foam. So yeah, the quality is fantastic. You know, this is just super dense foam. I don't know how much pressure they put this stuff under when they inject it, but oh my God. This is the densest damn foam I've ever seen. Like, you can squeeze this pretty much as hard as you can, and you're not going to dent it. You know, it's going to be a fight to put a dent in this. It's that hard a foam. It really is super compressed. I'm guessing they do this under a lot of pressure. What was I blocking? What can't you see, Mickey? You said my fingers were in the way. In the way of what? What were my fingers in the way of? Good night, Michael. We'll see you later, buddy. Yeah, see, the battery compartment's got it's got a wall in the back. And I just have the battery tucked up against the wall in the back. And that seems to be perfect for this particular battery pack. That's right on the money. If this is the best flight I had with it. I've only had 4 flights, but I definitely got the best flight out of this battery. So the 3300 was, as far as CG in the plane, that was the best. The best weight, best overall. You know, it flew really good there. So that would be my go-to battery, or one that weighs that much. I think the Smart, the 4000 Smart pack might be the same weight as this pack. Those batteries do seem to be a little light, a little lighter. So, yeah, if you wanted to do it with a 4000 Smart pack, I think you'd be all right. I don't think the weight difference would be that much between this 3300 and their 4000. I don't think I have a 4000. No, I don't for sure. I have a 5006S and I have a 5004S. So I would have the big MiG-29 then and some foam. No, my problem with the big one is, A, it's too big, okay? So transporting it's going to be difficult. B, it uses 2 battery packs. So that's a big no-go for me. I don't want an airplane that requires 2 battery packs. You know, two big 6-cell packs. Yeah, I should clarify that. Two 6-cell packs. And it's over $600 before you buy batteries. It's $650. And then you got to buy at least $150 worth of batteries to fly it. Minimum 150. So, that's $800 one flight. And then you got to recharge those batteries and put 2 more in, which is another $150. So now we're talking about $1,000 to fly it twice in one day. That's just too much. I don't want to put that much money in one airplane. That's just too much. So it's too big, it's too expensive, and it uses 2 battery packs. And that's just 3 strikes, you're out. So yeah, I wouldn't even own that plane. Not in my current condition. It looks cool and everything, and I don't know what the flight times are on it, but I don't think they're outstanding. So Mickey, are you talking about the scheme on this one or the big MIG? Right, T3. You and I are in total agreement. For 3.5 minutes, fuck that. There's no way. As soon as they brought that plane out and said it had 2 battery packs, I was done. Said nope, not for me. Not interested. Not gonna do that. So yeah, that completely just shot the whole thing out the window for me. There's no way I was gonna do that. Yeah, it's a beautiful paint job on this. Listen, I love everything about this thing except the flight time is the problem. It's also 3.5 minutes. It's only one small battery, but it's still only 3.5 minutes, and there's not enough room in there to put a bigger battery in it. And the wing loading is already maxed out pretty much where it is. So that's why I said if they made bigger wings for this, to get the wing loading lighter, where you could use less power to get it airborne, and fly it around, it might be a better jet. It might be pretty good. I think they're close. It's not a quality issue. The quality's fine. I just think the wing needs to be bigger. I think if it had a bigger wing, about 20-30% bigger, and all I would do is change the angle. They don't even have to. They could literally just make a new set of wings for it. Just don't have it swept quite as far back. Take some of the sweetness out of it, just a little bit, to get it out. By the time you get to the wingtip, say it's an extra inch on the nose of on the front leading edge of the wing, and then bring the whole wing tip out maybe 3 inches. So add an extra 3 inches to the tip, which will make the tip actually an inch thicker, wider, and then a little more leading edge, and all of that extra wing on each side would probably be enough to change the wing loading to a point where it would fly better, fly a lot better. So that's my thought. I'm actually considering making my own. I could make a set of extensions out of foam for all these foam planes I have here. I could cut a piece of foam out of one of these other planes and glue it on here and then reshape this wing bigger and see if it doesn't fly better. It feels heavy, Mickey. It just feels too heavy. You know, when you're flying it, I don't have a gyro in it, and it just seems like it's a fight to keep it in the air. You know, it seems like it just feels heavy, and I think the wings are too small. You know, I think it would fly better with more wing area to reduce the wing loading. You know, get the wing loading lower so it would fly easier, fly lighter, and then you could throttle back more. You know, and not have to worry about it staying in the air, and it would be more stable. Because right now, in the wind, it does a lot of this. It's doing a lot of this. You know. But the tail's wagging back and forth like this, and the wings are oscillating, and it doesn't like wind at all. It's not like I have to correct it, you know, like I'm on the sticks trying to keep it straight. No, it keeps flying, but it just looks ridiculous. I mean, the way it's moving around, you know, unless you're flying it wide open, and then this is a 1.5-minute airplane. You know, if you fly this thing wide open, it's going to be over quick. So you got to back it down to get any flight time out of it at all. So that's my problem, is the flight time. I'm trying to figure out the easiest way to get the flight time better. I don't think there's room to put a single 80. Maybe take the two 64mm fans out and put one 80mm in. But I don't know if there's room to get it in there. But that might work. You know, probably be lighter with a single 80mm fan versus the twin 64mm fans. But I'm not sure. Dave's RC, what's up? Good morning. Yeah, there's probably enough surface under this it's a lifting surface as well, Mickey. I'm sure it's helping, but it just doesn't. It just feels heavy. I can't explain it any better than that. Even with the 3300 in it, and I really wouldn't want to fly it with anything smaller than that. Even with that battery, it still feels a little heavy. You know, it seems like you got to run the motors way too hot. You know, and when I say hot, I mean speed-wise, not like getting them hot. But, you know, you got to really throttle it up to get it to fly, at least in wind. I haven't had a calm day to fly this. I haven't had it to the field on a calm day. We've had some calm days, but I don't have it in the car when it's been calm. I thought it was going to be calm the day I took it. It was calm here, but when I got to the field, it was pretty windy. I flew it anyway, but, you know, like I said, it was just moving around a lot. So I think this thing would benefit from a gyro a lot. This plane is one of the planes I think would really benefit from a gyro. I think it would fly. I think it would feel lighter and it would fly smoother. Um, so yeah, I think a gyro would do this plane a lot of good. So, but yeah, I just think bigger wings would be all it would take to probably make a pretty good airplane out of this. It's already a decent airplane. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to rag on it. It's not horrible by any means. It flies okay. If I could get 6 minutes out of it, I wouldn't be ragging on it at all. I can live with the, I have other jets that move around like this. This isn't the only one that does that. So if it would move around like that but fly for 6 minutes, I'd be all right with it. It'd be fine. It's the 3.5 minutes. That's not my kind of jet. I don't want that. I've got too many jets I could fly twice that amount of time easily. I flew the Avanti on a 3300 30C battery at 40% throttle for 7 minutes. Okay, that's totally the wrong battery for the airplane. Totally wrong. It's not big enough. The C rating is nowhere near high enough. It was just completely the wrong battery for that airplane. But I still flew it nicely. It was, averaging, 75 miles an hour. It was doing like 80, I think like 82 downwind. And into the wind, it was in the 69, 72 range. So, it flew in the wind fine for 7 minutes on the wrong battery. This one's got the right battery in it, and I'm only getting 3.5 minutes. So it doesn't equate to what I want a jet. And maybe what I want a jet isn't normal, and that's fine. But I have plenty of jets that meet that criteria. So I'm not asking for the stars for sure. The Futura definitely meets that criteria. The Avanti meets that criteria. The Havoc meets that criteria. What else do I have in jets? I think even the F4 falls into that category. I think I can get 6 minutes out of the F4 with the right battery in it. With the pack that this should be in it. So, if I can get 6 minutes, I'm okay then. I'm not too upset. But I can't. There's no way I can get 6 minutes on this plane because I can't throttle it back enough. I need too much throttle to keep it in the air. That's where I get that feels heavy. It just feels heavy. It takes a lot of motor to keep it flying, and that's why I think the bigger wings would do the trick. Rob from the Netherlands. Good morning, sir. Welcome. What time is it in the Netherlands? I'm in Florida, and right now it's 3:30 in the morning, Friday the 9th. Okay, Dana, if you've got a gyro in the plane and it's wagging around like that, the gains are too high. You need to turn the gains down, mostly on the rudder. Got way too much gain input. That's why it's waggling. So if you're using if you're using AS3X, you don't have an adjustment other than reprogramming. But if you buy an aftermarket gyro that has the tuning pots, you can adjust the gains on all three axes: the aileron, elevator, and rudders. And that's just a matter of dialing it in. Just turn the if it's waggling around like that, just turn the gain down. You can easily stop that. Um, but yeah, the gyro would definitely make this fly smoother, for sure. So it's 9:30 in the Netherlands. That's got to be AM on Friday, right? No. Yeah. Yeah, you'd be ahead of me. So yeah, so you're 3 hours. Let's see, it's 3 a.m. 9. It's 6 hours. You're 6 hours ahead of me. Okay. All right, that's cool. I got it. Sweet. Are you sleeping, Dana, or are you drunk? Which is it? Or both? um, yeah, I did a couple rolls with it. It rolls fine. There's no issues. Doesn't really have any bad flight characteristics. You know, it flies fine. You know, it's. I didn't do an inverted pass. Um, I generally don't do jets inverted, at least not these. Um, they this particular plane has a flat bottom wing. Okay, so it ain't gonna fly inverted real well anyway. It's gonna take a lot of elevator authority to make it fly inverted. And when you do that, listen, on a jet, anything you do, any kind of control surface movement you do is drag. Okay? So if you're trying to fly this thing upside down and you got to hold a bunch of down elevator to keep it flying, that's just going to slow it down even more, which puts a heavier load on the battery. You know, more air, more drag. It's all negatives. There's no positive help there at all. It's all negatives. So it's just going to kill your flight time. It's going to heat your battery up. It's just going to be a fight to keep it in the air. I mean, if you speed it up, it'll definitely fly better. But again, now you're burning more energy again. So anyway you look at it, it's a harder load on the battery, which is just going to shorten your flight time. So I tend to fly. I don't fly jets like this inverted. The Havoc, the Futura, the Avanti, yeah, they're sport jets. They're constant core wings basically. They don't tend to need a lot of input upside down. They fly pretty well, especially if you've got the CG right. If you've got the battery in the right spot, it tends to fly upside down with very little input. And you already can throttle that thing way back and then just a tiny bit of input. So yeah, those fly really good upside down and do all that stuff. But this one, no. This isn't, I can tell you right now, this isn't going to fly good inverted. It'll do it, but it's not going to be good. It's going to cut the flight time down way more than I'm willing to give up. So, yeah, I haven't flown this inverted. No, this one doesn't turn when it waggles. It just waggles. It doesn't try to do a Dutch roll, if that's what you meant. No. My Big Yak 130, if I slow it down too much, I get that. There's no gyro in that one either. But if I slow it down too much, I'll start getting the waggle. That one, if I keep the speed up, um, which is still like a little over half throttle. You know, I'm not wide open with it. I can get about a 6-minute flight out of it, and I can just by speeding it up enough to stop the waggle, it'll be all right. And honestly, I might be able to do the same thing with this if I speed it up, but then I'm not even going to get to 3.5 minutes. So that's what I'm talking about. I can't make this plane perform better without sacrificing more flight time, and I already don't like the 3.5 minutes. So, you know, speeding it up to make it fly better is going to shorten the time, and that's not acceptable either. Thank you, John. Appreciate that. I'm going to go watch them here shortly. So that's what I'm talking about when I say, you know, the flight and how it, you know, it flies, but the big thing is the flight time for me. I don't like that it's only a 3.5 minute flight time. And anything I can do to improve that, the flight characteristics by going faster, is going to shorten the flight time, which makes it even more unacceptable for me. So that's what I'm talking about. It might fly steady as hell at wide open throttle, you know, but then again, it's going to be a 2-minute flight. I definitely don't want that. So, you know, it's a balance, and I think it needs more wing. What the hell are you talking about, Dave? You're in a mood, I guess. Yeah, what the hell? Oh, man. Matt, what are you asking me? What does that say? Rephrase? Gear extended? Inverted phantom gear down. Oh, I see what you're saying. Inverted gear, you know, with the gear extended. Because they'd be up. All right, I get it. All right, so I missed a question. Let me go back up. Starting to get tired now, guys. So I'm having a little trouble concentrating. So if you're using a flight controller, use the iNav. Disable the rudder. Yeah, you could do that. You were talking about tail wag. I mentioned the Yak 130, you know, causing that does a Dutch roll, which is that the tail wags in turns. Fly the Viper from E-Flite and Bain Alley SU-30 for next year. Okay, I got you, Rob. All right, so you're gonna get the SU-30. Yeah, I like that plane too, but that one's overpriced. That's too much money. I'm not paying that. Which Yak 130 have you got, Mickey? Do you have the big one, the 90 mil, or do you have the smaller 70 mil? Which Yak 190? I'm sorry, Yak 130. Which Yak 130 do you have? Let's start with that. All right, Mickey. Have a good night, man. Talk to you later. Oh, the 90 mil. Um. Ah, boy. Yeah, it does kind of fly like the 90 mil. A little bit. I think you can. I haven't done it with this one yet. I haven't flown this one that much. I've got 4 flights on it. The Yak 90 mil. If you speed it up, that condition goes away where you're talking about it waggling in the turn. If you're going fast enough, it won't waggle in the turn, but you got to be going pretty fast. And I don't fly it that way. I slow it down because I want to try to get flight time out of it. So I slow it down. And yes, I do get some waggle in the turn sometimes. In the wind. If it's calm out, that thing's rock solid. That thing's on rails. Mine is. You know, if it's not windy, if it's a calm day, oh my God, that thing flies so good. I mean, it is on frickin' rails. The first time I flew it, it was on rails. It blew my mind. Yeah, I was like, holy crap. So, yeah, I love that plane. That's my favorite, you know, as far as my jets go. That's a beauty. I really love everything about that plane. I love the look of it. I love the sound of it. I love the way it flies. It's just an awesome freaking airplane. Um, Super glad I got that. That's another one I got 2 of. It was going away, discontinued. They had one extra one left, and I bought it. That was it. So you think the big vertical stabilizer is causing that issue? Wow, I thought they put that on there to suppress that issue. I'd never get in, but yeah, I'm sure I wouldn't get kicked out if I did get in, but I'm sure I wouldn't get in. Now you're Matt, you're talking about the MIG, the Yak one, the Yak 130, the 90 millimeter. That's what you're talking about. Boy, my plane doesn't have that kind of trouble at all. It's absolutely not a fight to keep it straight. Mine's on a calm day. Oh no, man! On a calm day, mine's rock solid. I mean, it's on rails. So I'm thinking, what batteries are you flying in it? Okay. Do you have that problem when you're landing it, Matt? Does it do the same thing when you got the flaps down and you're coming in to land, or just slow and clean flight? Because I'm not having these issues at all. That's why I'm asking what batteries you have in it. I'm wondering if the weighting's different. I can tell you what I'm flying with. So I've got the 5000 4S. I think it's a 50C, the Smart Pack, and then one of the RC Jetworks 5300. So I've got a 5300 and a 5000 in series to make 8S. And I have those two packs in the bay all the way forward. That's what I fly with. So it's one Smart Pack and one Jetworks pack, a 5000 and a 5300 all the way forward in the battery bay. And yeah, I don't have any of those kind of issues at all. That plane's rock solid. It only waggles around if it's windy. If I'm flying in crosswinds, heavy winds, because I'll fly in anything, I don't care. But when it's windy, yeah, it's kind of waggling around. But man, if it's calm, that thing is rock solid. Best flying jet I have, for sure. I mean, it's just rock solid. I was flying I was flying the Havoc the other day in heavy winds, and oh my God, it was a fight. It was all over the place again. So that's when a gyro comes in handy on a jet. It's in the winds, turbulent wind, and we have bad turbulent wind because our whole flight field, even though it's huge, and I mean it's huge, it's probably 2,000 feet square, crossed and out, where there's nothing. But on the outer perimeter, it's lined with trees all the way around at the outer edges. And the wind comes over the top of the trees and it starts rolling. And when you fly in at that treetop level, you get right in the middle of that mess, that crappy air, and it just throws the plane all over the place. So we've learned how to get in under it or over it to try to compensate for that. But yeah, even my Havoc, which is a pretty steady flyer, was all over the place the other day in the heavy wind. So yeah, but no, my Yak is the steadiest plane I have. In that kind of situation, I love that airplane. I just love the way it flies. Did you get to see it? I flew it at the event we were at in February. Did you see it fly there? I don't know if you've got this chance to see it fly. I think I only flew it twice. Oh, no kidding. So they have it listed again. But it says discontinued, but it's listed. Wow. Maybe they're bringing it back. That's interesting. They did the same thing with the giant T-28. They had it listed as discontinued, but they brought it back. It wasn't on the page at all. And then they brought it back on the page as discontinued, but it was on the page just like this now. And then they brought it back. So maybe they're going to bring it back. Maybe they're getting a lot of requests. That's interesting. So did my plane look like it was doing what yours does, or did it look solid? It flew pretty good down there. I didn't have any issues flying it down there. It flew really good. Both colors, too. No kidding. Wow. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, both of mine are gray. Dave's RC that's chatting in here with us, he got a red one. He got the last red one. All right, T3. Have a good night, buddy. Yeah, I was real happy with the way my plane flew down at the event. You know, the Yak was flying great. No, I didn't have any turbulent air to deal with. You know, that's a pretty open spot down there. So, yeah, it flew really good. Yeah, I don't know. We have a... Trying to think if anybody's got the Super Sabre down at our... I don't think anybody has one yet. Somebody was talking about it. I don't think he has it yet. Yeah, we haven't had one at the field yet, so I haven't seen one fly. Other than the one I saw fly there at that event, and it flew rock solid. You know, they were doing the 3D crap and the flip over, the thrust vectoring kind of stuff. You know, he was flipping it around, and it looked great. It was flying good. I don't know. You're talking about the Flex plane, right? The Super Sabre, the Flex Super Sabre? Or does LX make one, or somebody else? I know you said you were buying the LX one, or I mean the Flex Super Sabre. So is that the one we're talking about? Oh, the Fly one you have. Oh, God, I have no idea. Wow, I forgot about your Fly. God, I completely forget about. Where do you get that thing? Where does Fly sell planes? I completely forgot about that. I don't think you'll get the 6,000s in the plane, Dave. Honestly, maybe, but you know, mine's so tight with the 5,000s. I don't think there's room for 6,000s. You can try, but I'm guessing after several cyclings, if they start, you know, growing it all, they won't fit the plane. Because my fives jet. I mean, I had to wedge them down in there. They're that tight. So I don't know if you'll get 6,000s in it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think it's the vertical that's causing that problem. Maybe you've got the CG a little off or something, but I don't think it's the tail. I'll find out, because the new Viper I got's got a giant tail on it. So if that one's waggling around, I'll let you know. Because that's got a huge tail on it. Jesus, that thing is massive, tall. You know, it's got a big ass tail on it. So if it waggles around, I'll let you know. I have a feeling it's not the big tail. I don't think that's causing the waggle issue. That's on there. They put that on there to make it more stable. Not, you know, it shouldn't be having a waggle effect. So, but I'll let you know. You know, I gotta I got to remade it. I got to fix the flap servo, and then I got to my rudder control. I don't know if you were here for that. I was talking about it earlier. So I got to the flying field, and my one flap servo had quit after 10 days of on the bench testing all the surfaces and adjusting and everything. I get to the field to fly it, and the one servo's dead. And I did testing at the field, and it's definitely the servo quit. So I got to change that. As a matter of fact, I just pulled this out of a plane right now. This is I'm going to try this one, see if it's what I need. And then the rudder control horn, the arm, it has a ball link on it, and the link popped off the ball, and the ball came out of the horn. I have no idea how that happened. So the whole flight, it was doing this. The rudder was just doing this. So I landed immediately. I was only in the air about a minute, minute and a half. It was a very short flight. So I've got to fix that and then go fly it again. But yeah, with the rudder flopping around, it was, but it landed beautiful, very stable, and with no flaps too, because I didn't have a flap servo, so I had to deactivate the flaps. So I landed with no flaps, and it came in beautiful. I mean, it greased it right in. It was a beautiful flight, landing anyway. So I'm really anxious to get it back out. And maybe tomorrow, probably not. Because we're just too late again. And I'll need some sleep. And so, yeah, probably not tomorrow. But Saturday for sure, I'm going to take it out and fly it again. So, I'll let you know. I'll definitely give you guys a heads up on that. I think I have... Well, I have your dad's phone number for sure in my phone. So I'll send him a message at the least, and then he can send it to you. Yeah, Dave, I watched your video. I saw you unbox the Super Saber and the whole. I think I even sent you a message about the satellite receiver, and then you did some checking and found out that you can get it, and they send you the wire and everything. So yeah, I saw that. Super cool. Can't wait to see you fly that. That looks cool. All right, guys, we're at 7 hours. It's 4 a.m. I'm gonna call it. It's I'm starting to get tired. It's 7 hours is long enough. No, Dana, if the gyro's causing that, the gains are just set too high. You just got to turn it down. When you've got an aftermarket gyro in the plane that has adjustments on it, you can adjust that all out of it easily. Very simple to do. So, if it's wagging, then you got too much rudder authority. Just turn that down. If it's doing this kind of waggle, the ailerons are too much authority. Turn it down. If it's pitching, turn the elevator down. Very simple fix for that. But yeah, you don't need to take the gyro out. Just turn it down. Just adjust it, and or turn it up if it's doing that stuff because you don't have the gyro turned on enough. There's no gains. you know, it'll do it either way. I mean, you're putting the gyro in it to take care of that problem. If it's still doing it, have you got the gains turned up, or is it sitting at, like, I think they come with the gains turned off out of the package. You have to crank them up to where you want them. So if you just throw it in there and go fly it, it's no better than flying without it. It's the same thing. You got to crank the gains up until it gets to the point where it's waggling, and then you turn it back down, and then you'll be rock solid after that. You know, and it's all 3 axes. You got to adjust each one individually. Now, I'd get one dialed in for, it doesn't matter which one you start with, but get one dialed in first, and then go to the next one, and then the next one. And I would just, you know, I wouldn't fly a whole flight. Just take off. If it's doing something silly, land it and fix it right there, and then take off again, fly it again. You know, if it started off waggling this way and you adjust the rudder and now it's just doing this, and then land again and adjust the aileron, and so on. But that's how I would do it. All right, guys, I'm calling it. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. It's great to see all you guys. Had a good time tonight. We had a lot of people in here, too. It was in the 40s there for a while. 42 likes. Awesome, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. Couple super chats. So, great show, guys. Loved having you here. Lots of fun. We had quite fun tonight. So, we'll see you in Dave's show in just a few hours. So, we'll see you all over in Dave's show. All right? All right, guys. Talk to you later.